talk about me and you? Can we talk about, can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about, can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about, can we talk about me and you? after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost there. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head.
welcome in everybody to another fantastic week here in NECC League of Legends. Fish and Soph-Chan kicking off the day here on the main channel. It is week 7 already, Soph-Chan. How did we get here? How did we get here?
How did we? How did we, Fish? Oh my god, this semester really just going by like this. And NECC, once again, we're here this lovely Wednesday afternoon, starting off with some Challengers League, right?
Yep, Challengers, Great Lake, Juniata Eagles Academy taking on Mount Union Varsity. Both these teams right at that middle ground mark. Juniata comes in at 3-2. Mount Union comes in at 2-3, and a lot of win-loss, win-loss, win-loss in their record history. So somebody trying to get that playoff push started today, Soph-Chan. As we get ready to hop into the draft, we do get to take a look at our team rosters. Let's start with Mount Union. They'll be on the blue side for game number 1 here between these two teams. As we take a look at their roster, we've got Absence of Mind, Speedy Killer Ninja, Billy, Convicted, and Leah down in the bot lane there. Very strong lineup. Again, they're just looking for some consistency, and maybe this team could make some noise when we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, let's sure hope so, because as you said, Fish, we expect these teams to throw in their best so they can get that better, higher seed for the playoffs when we get there. But let's have a look at the Juniata lineup next. We have on the right side, Juniata Eagles Academy, WQM in the top lane, Drifterman, then Nick Makalaka, I love that, Sammy Silencer, and Weezer as their final roster.
This team, again, just looking for some consistency. Both these teams really in that middle of the pack at Challengers Great Lake, so they're trying to just bust through. But I can't believe it's week 7 already, Soph-Chan. They're running out of time. Like, I feel like it should be like week 3, right? Like, it feels like they're just getting started. It's crazy to be. It's week 7 for both these teams, as you said, trying to get that better seeds in the playoff spot. Really hope they can pull it off. Rooting for both these teams should be a lot of fun because they seem pretty even, right? I look at the Master history, they beat the same teams and they lost to the same teams. So this will be a pretty even match. Let's take a look at our draft. It has been done in the pro draft, so we'll see what our team's got cooking for us here today. And if we've got anything coming up, is we start off with a Darius band from Mount Union.
Yeah, Darius, very interesting. Don't see that much often, as we don't see the Anivia either, so I would say that should be something targeted towards that top laner and the mid laner. Mordekaiser next sounds like something more, I don't know, it makes it, wait, okay, sorry, the client is just being buggy. I was a little confused there. But either way, it's definitely Mordekaiser, one of those that it makes sense to bend it out when you're just a little bit scared if that champion is going to take someone completely out of a team fight. So it's definitely a safe ban.
Aurelian Soul ban. I feel like we've seen him banned pretty much the entire time since his rework, so fortunately, no Star Dragon on the rift for us tonight. We do get the Ornn lock-in for Absent of Mind against the Gwen for Juniata. Have not seen Gwen in a while, and the Dr. Mundo as well. We're getting kind of, I want to say out of left field, but I don't know if we've seen Gwen, Mundo, or Fiddlesticks in any of our games together this year, Soph-Chan.
Any of them. I don't remember any of these champions on the Rift, but if they're bringing this on this late in the party, they have definitely practiced a lot with that during the season and in scrims. So finishing off, we have Silas and Victor for their mid lane for both teams. Jinx is going to be the next ban, so both teams focusing on those ADCs and support bans. Yumi is going to be next for... I have to say this every single time. You are a dog person, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Do not. If Yumi was a golden retriever, I'd want to see her every game, but not that little cat. I am so tired of it. The Rakan ban as well. Seen a ton of Rakan, usually paired with the Xayah, so I wonder if that means we'll see a Xayah from one of our teams. Look at that. There's the Xayah for Juniata, so that explains the Rakan ban.
It really does, doesn't it? Okay, I think we've seen a Vayne hover last week, Fish, when we casted, but this time it's going to be picked by Convicted alongside Renata Glass with Leah in the bot lane. Very interesting. There, Xayah doesn't have her lover available, has been banned, so maybe we'll see that paired with a Maokai. That could be good. You can lock people down, just snare them for a little bit while Xayah is setting up her feathers to pull them back and get their snare once again, plus the extra damage. So I think that's very useful. We have Juniata with a super solid composition for late game, doesn't it? You have Victor is going to be able to just get a lot of damage laid on the ground, AoE, and And even if it's not going to deal that much damage, it's going to split the team apart. They're going to be zoned out, and that could be very helpful for that Xayah just trying to pick people out and get those KOs.
I think a big question, great point. I think the one thing I'm curious for Juniata, what does the Gwen do, right? I feel like we talk about this every single game we have together, Sopchan, because Gwen can become such a strong split pusher. Does she end up doing that? Does Ornn get far enough ahead? Because if Gwen is split pushing, as you pointed out, you have the Chaos Storm to split the team, you have Maokai to get the root, you can set up the Xayah. This Juniata squad looks very, very strong. Not a huge fan of the Mundo in the jungle. I don't really know what he's going to bring to the team that you couldn't have just put, he's like a Jarvan, something more typical in the jungle, but I would like that for Mount Union. Hey, Silas could just basically take the Victor ult, do the exact same thing, right? He can split the team, he can set up Leah's Renata Glass ult to get that mind control and that Berserk. I really like the kind of team fight comp that Mount Union has, right? You get the Renata ult into the Fiddlesticks ult, Ornn can throw out the Ornn horn. Mount Union's got a lot of tools to be able to burn down Juniata.
Yeah, and one thing to be fair that I was going to say, as you mentioned the Silas stealing the ultimate, I was thinking about Silas stealing Dr. Mundo's ulti, and can you imagine the amount of healing that absolute beast was going to have? Because you already heal with one of his abilities, right? I think it's the E, and then you go in, deal damage, and keep on healing. That could be really insane if we're talking about that composition. You have alongside that, the Fiddlesticks can set things up so well for the Silas. It's just going to get everyone scared. The Crows are going to be there. And when you have the, the fear. Yes, there you go, the fear. That's the word I was looking for. When you have the fear from Fiddlesticks, you're going to allow the ADC to do so much more. You're going to allow the Silas to do so much more. And as you said, there's so many good ultis that you can steal as a Silas. And I like the bot lane as well. What we have there as well, we had Renata Glass and Vayne. I think that is interesting. We haven't seen any of those champions that much this season, but I think they can grow really well. And Renata can enable Vayne as well in the early game because she's definitely on a more behind side of the curve.
My one concern with the Vayne, of course, we know what late game Vayne can do. Vayne does have to get close. I think one of the shortest AD carry ranges from a traditional AD carry. That's going to allow Maokai to find a route, to find a nature's grass, to kind of set things up for the side of Mount Union. That's that one thing. I think the positioning for the AD carry for Mount Union is going to be so perfect. But I think you're right. I think I do want to see the Dr. Mundo ult steal. That would be perfect from Silas. Just heal all the way up. But we will have to see, again, game one between these Challengers Great Lakes teams getting ready to go. We've got Mount Union. They'll be on the blue side for game one. Juniata will be on the red side for game one. Again, both teams very dead even in the standings. 3-2 for Juniata, 2-3 for Mount Union. Almost like a coin toss here, Sopchan. I feel like I always put you on the spot. I'm going to do it once again. Who do you have in this game number one between these two teams?
I really don't know, because as you said in the beginning there, Fish, we have two teams that are around the same score in the season. One is 2-3, the other one is 3-2. So very close together. It's going to be a super even match. And comparing the two lineups, it feels like both of them bring something super different and out of the box as well. So it's not just one team, because sometimes you end up not batting on the super out of the box play because it can get a little suspicious, it can get a little wonky, but sometimes it's also that leap of faith where you're just like, okay, if they have the confidence to pick that champion, then they're going to do well. But it has happened on both sides. You have the Fiddlesticks, you have Renata Glass, you have Dr. Mundo on the other side. Super unusual picks, but he can make it work. They can make it work. And I think in their compositions, they look okay. It doesn't look like it's champions that are falling out of the gameplay that they're going to look for. It looks like they fit. It doesn't sound extraordinary, so I can't really pinpoint who I was going to say that wins. Let's go for which ADC do I prefer. I prefer Xayah, so I'm going to go Juniata on this one.
I think my pick, it falls in a similar vein. I think you highlighted that, sometimes these off-the-wall picks don't land the mark, and if I had to look at one, because I think you're right, there's some on both sides to kind of even out, but that Mundo pick just kind of sticks out to me as like a sore thumb, right? Like the Fiddlesticks It can do a lot of things. I don't quite know what Mundo is going to bring to this comp, so I'm going to take the side of Mount Union. I just think Fiddlesticks is going to have so much more agency in the jungle. Mundo's just going to be thrown. He's going to be doing what he pleases. That we already know what Mundo's going to be doing. I don't know if what he pleases to do is going to help out Juniata, so I'll take. I think at the end of the day, maybe our least favorite name we've ever cast for up in the top lane for Juniata, WQM. I think he is going to be the sticking point of this game. If he split pushes and can't be matched, I think Juniata takes this easily, but we'll have to see. As right now, Mount Union, they're getting a little sneaky.
They are looking for some cheese. They are looking for some cheese. Weezer is going to be the one to be spotted. Probably, I think that they were just a little bit out of fog before that. So they saw it was just one person. And I don't know if the Maokai noticed the rest of the team, but they were definitely seen. So they saw, okay, this jungle is being guarded. We're not going to get anything out of this. Let's not be too premature on how aggressive we get, because we are testing the waters. It's still very late in the season, but it is the first time they're facing each other, so it's always something to take into consideration, as this is the first game of the best of 3.
Great job by Wizzo. I feel like I've seen it almost every week in the NECC. Somebody decides to hang back, doesn't want to push all the way forward, but that is how you scout out when you're worried about the invade. Great ward here, though, that went down from Drifterman on that Mundo, so already paying some early dividends for Juniata. They're going to know exactly where this Fiddlesticks is pathing, so this little bait coming out from the blue lane bot side, not going to matter. They know Fiddlesticks is on red. You're not fooling anyone, Vayne and Renata. You see? You know, I like it, though. I like the ward. We talk about it all the time, and I feel like every week you always have to remind teams to ward, so I like that we're getting early wards to start, at least for the red team.
Yes, absolutely. And it's I think every single game we've casted has been more one-sided in regards to which team is going to lend the most wards and have the most vision. But not speaking about vision, Wizard is going to go in. Takes a lot of damage as well, because they are melee against the Renata Glass ranged champion there. So Leah didn't take that much, Convicted either. But it's still Juniata looking for much aggression here and pushing down here in the blue lane.
WQM getting some good damage onto the side of Absence of Mind. Everything else pretty slow. Neither jungler are going to run into each other, so we don't have to worry. Of course, Speedy Killer Ninja on that Fiddlesticks. Probably trying to rush that level 6, as you said. Does have the fear. Should be able to maybe land a gank or two, but really that mobility for Fiddlesticks comes online once he hits level 6, once he can get kind of those unique ganks over the wall. So I would fully expect him to just kind of farm up and really not make too much of a play across the map. Let these laners kind of work things out.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to go. It's definitely for sure Speedy Killer Ninja is going to go for the early level 6 as fast as they can do it, being the Fiddlesticks. I don't know if they have so far shown that they want to do that much vision, like aggressive and pushed in vision in the jungle, to be able to know when the enemy buffs are going to spawn so they can steal. So maybe Speedy Killer Ninja is just going to be a little more passive in regards to how they farm, but we see, as you said, both junglers going on opposite sides, going to guarantee those cutter crabs. Then actually Speedy Killer Ninja is going to go for a gank.
Root comes out from this, so nice separation. Only was able to land a little bit of damage on the Guma before he is able to walk away, but as he pointed out, they're just taking a ton of poke damage on the spot side. Oh, here comes the junglers running into each other. Billy's the first mid laner down, though. Drifterman is going to get that spell immune shield popped. Here comes Mr. Shuey, and Speedy Killer Ninja just flashes over the wall. Didn't want any part of that.
Yeah, I think it was very nice coming from Juniata to notice that there was that early gank from Fiddlesticks. So they said, well, I don't need to get that Scuttle Crab. I can just try to contest your own, because I have Mr. Shuey. I have a Victor that's going to do so much in regards to CC. So I can go on you. And they forced out a flash, so really nicely done.
Looks like just in time, Speedy Killer Ninja, as you said, walks up top lane, barely gets the scuttle away from Drifterman. And that might be the only really encounter we see between these two. Fiddlesticks walks back into the jungle. Drifterman up top side, but WQM has been pushing the whole time. He has Absence of Mind decently low. There might be a tower dive here potentially for the side of Juniata. One more snip will do it onto Ornn. Oh, he's He's dead unless he runs.
Oh, okay, they're still running.
Oh.
Okay, absence of mind. Maybe the cleaver. One more. Oh,
One more. Oh no!
what? Oh my god, the tower just finished him off. Dr. Mundo is going to be the first blood taken out of Juniata, being handed to the own absence of mind, getting that lead. Very, very greedy push, but it didn't pay off for them, unfortunately.
Now WQM's actually in a very terrible spot. Dashes over the wall, but Fiddlesticks is right there. Terrify is going to go off. There's no flash for this Gwen. This could be a double kill. Here comes Billy! And oh no! An awful start for Juniata losing 2 up in the top lane.
Well, to be fair, it's very nice to see the Mount Union has shown this amount of proactivity and map awareness as well, because they really went fast to contest that gank, to contest that dive, and it worked out super well for them. The follow-up from Billy too. It's really to all the players there, because we had 3 of them participating in that kill. It's a lot that's going to help, especially Silas, get those early power spikes. So really, really well done by Mount Union.
It helps out kill a ninja as well. We do get a root and a knockback on to Leo. Holding on to that flash for as long as possible. Others are going to miss. And a humble WQM going to hop up on Absence of Mind. The Call of Forge God has been popped. This should be a kill for Gwen.
Excuse me, buddy. Come on.
Oh
my god, what
so
happened?
low.
Oh my goodness, they're still standing, fish.
Big shout out to Absence of Mind. I don't know how he stayed alive, but he was caught shopping. Nobody know he was caught shopping! No!
I
can't believe this. Oh my god.
Reza trying to get on
Sneaky
Leah.
here. Grumman, Reza trying to get on Leah. They get the early board. The flash is not going to be there for them. And Convict.
Some more damage.
Guma has to retreat. The tower shot is going to be devastating with that medium wave too. So Guma has to go back. Convicted stays there. Maybe they're going to try to get something. They have the flash. They go with the Q, but the flash is not so okay. Oh my god! I thought Weezer was going to go
no!
Oh.
Whoa! Give us just back. Everybody chill. Everybody walk away. We're all good. Oh my goodness. We talked about these teams being even, and it's been dead even so far through 8 minutes. The gold lead that Mount Union had built up on those early 2 kills has gone away. As you pointed out, a great kill, a great pick onto Leah, this Maokai. Getting some fantastic value. The Ghost Flash blown in the bot lane by Convicted. That, something to keep an eye on. I mean, try to get them both for an aggressive play, but now not going to have that. Meanwhile, in all that chaos, by the way, Soap-chan, I will say, Drifter Man just pick up an uncontested first dragon. Probably the most boring first dragon I've ever seen, because there was so much action everywhere else on the map.
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh, that is really funny. Very, very funny. To be fair, it's nice to see them out Union, even though they didn't have that presence or vision in the Drake area. They have a lot of wars in the Herald Pit and around the river, so that's going to be really great to spot them whenever they try to get something around there. So Fiddlesticks can contest, but he's going to go for a full rotation here and clean up on the red buff in the bottom side of the jungle. Billy might be going on Mr. Shuri.
Does have the Chaos Storm ult stolen, but holds on to it for now. Absence of Mind rotates down. Maybe looking for a pick. We saw Wizza had even walked up into that mid lane. Maybe looking for Juniata to make an early Herald play, but that doesn't end up being the case. Everybody level 6 except the 2 support, so everybody's ult is online if we have a Herald fight going down. But so far, everyone just wants to go back to farming, and outside of top lane, everything's pretty even. It's really that top lane where WQM, I think, expected, is kind of dominating on that Gwen. Hex Flash from Wizza trying to get in range. Not able to.
Close. Nice awareness there and respect from Leah, knowing that Wizza has the Hextech Flash. You gotta be careful. Any safe distance, you have to double it, fish, because you can't really trust that the max range route is not gonna hit. So gotta be safe than sorry.
See, maybe a rotation here from Wizza up to that mid lane, looking for maybe a gank on to Silas. Nature's Grass gonna go out here. Does Billy see it in time? does get rooted, but it's underneath the tower, so unfortunately, nothing happening for the mid lane.
Nothing yet so far, aside from Mr. Shui really beating the crap out of Silas with those autos, with those abilities. Drifterman again here in the bot lane. This time, very, very clear that they are. Speedy Killer Ninja has been spotted. They know somebody else is there, so it might as well be the jungler. They're gonna try to get something going or just retreat. There's still 1 minute left for the next Drake, so there's not much reason to stay here in the bot side.
Convicted gets rooted, but a nice condemn onto the Maokai. Here comes Speedy Killer Ninja with the ult, though. The Twisted Advance is too late. Hostile Takeover goes out.
Wow.
Doesn't land. Drifterman trying to at least get one back onto
What?
Convicted.
Excuse me?
Yes! The revive from Renata for Leah brings Convicted back, and they don't lose anybody.
Leah, what a power play. That was incredibly well timed. Go you. We haven't seen that much Renata Glass, but this was definitely a play of the game. Oh my god, Fish. That was incredible. Knowing that you have Vayne with the Vampiric Scepter. She has a little bit of healing. You give her the shield, you give her the revive, and then she gets it and revives. Oh my god. Super well executed.
Yeah, the shield, I think, kind of underrated. Very rarely do you ever line it up where you actually get your rockets to give somebody the shield. But as you said, that shield held. A bailout came through. Meanwhile, though, Wizard wants to get one back. They jump onto Billy. Drifterman here as well. Nature's Advance has been stolen by Billy. He's going to dash and flash over the wall, and Silas will just get away scot-free, so Juniata can't find anything in return.
Even though there's been so much pressure here in the mid lane, especially because of the advantage in range that Victor has over Silas, and the amount of times that we had Drifterman there in the mid lane, we have a lot of farm on the hands of the Silas. Billy has been able to cope and just get so much out of it, even though they were so behind and pressured in regards to lane positioning. They know that someone is around there. It's going to be Wizard trying to get something sneaky happening, but they reposition and might go help Fiddlesticks on their Herald. Guma left alone here in the bot lane, though.
Trying to make up for that XP difference. We do see Nature's Advance from Billy just going to be used defensively. We get a response from Wizza. They actually land one. Fortunately, there's no one in range of the Silas. Does fail to dash over the wall. One more attack from Mr. Shui, but he cannot land the stun. Wizza going to go in on Speedy Killer Ninja, punch him right back into the Victor's face. They're trying to burn down this Fiddlesticks. There's a blast cone available.
Excuse me. What happened? What?
Oh,
Excuse me.
Uh-oh, here comes WQM, though. He pops the ghost. Flash going to come out. Here comes the needlework. Kill is picked up. Call the Forge God going to come in. A great stun by Wizza. Going to stop the return. Absence of Mind going to flash over the wall, however. He'll be able to get away. Just one member lost for Juniata.
Oh my god. Look at that collaboration. Juniata, every single champion that helped, there was 4 people, including the support that was there in the river, in the top lane, and it helped them so greatly on that push. They managed to get the kills, and to be fair, Billy should have just tried to escape to the other side. Maybe it was a little bit of miscommunication with Speedy Killer Ninja. They thought they might take someone down, going for Mr. Shui. It was definitely close when you had Wizzo around, so maybe a misplay on their side. Still, as we have been saying all throughout the match, died even in gold. Almost a 1k code ahead for Mount Union, but not even that much. 5 versus 3 kills on the board, and the control. The only thing that has been different has been Juniata guaranteeing both Drakes so far.
Yeah, the Drake stacking pretty huge for Juniata. Unfortunately, in classic Fish Sofchan game casting fashion, it is a Cloud Soul that is on the table, so not a fantastic Drake that is, potentially Juniata's future. I will say, though, any kill that WQM gets, I mean, that's where I think the major difference is, right? It's 30, almost 40 CS in that top lane, 2-1 on that Gwen, already has the mythic item finished. The more kills that Gwen can find in either those pick situations or just getting kills from a jungle gank, as we see Drifterman's up there, that I think is kind of where Juniata has to look as their win condition right now.
I agree, Fish. And once again, we see here Fiddlesticks in the bot lane. They're going to try to get something with that ulti, try to get them baited out,
And in the top lane, Drifterman might be going for a gank as well, as Gwen is already taking a lot of damage, having that first item finished when as you mentioned, so much gold ahead. On has just finished that item, so it's something that Juniata can take advantage of, but the pressure is still going in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's still that Pro Storm available for Speedy Killer Ninja that we have to watch out for. Hanging around in that brush. We do see Drifter Man is taking a very speedy path down there, as so is Mr. Shuey. So this could be a complete 4-on-4 right now that we're watching the top laners. WQM able to get away. Finally, Speedy Killer Ninja will pop the Rift Herald, come out of the brush. We'll see if Juniata can stop this Rift Herald from doing massive damage. Here comes Nature's Grass. Bill onto Fiddlesticks. The root's going to land. Nature's Grass. The Bramble Stash stopped. A great stopwatch as well. Here comes the hostile takeover. Lands onto 2, and Convicted just rips Maokai apart. Mr. Shuey coming in. The Crow Storm, though, is doing so much damage, and nobody's attacking. The Vayne Convicted with the triple. Leah picks up a 4th, and it's a 4-0 in the bot lane for Mount Union.
A triple kill for Convicted, and them showing that Vayne can do quite a lot if you know how to possess. Oh my god! Okay. Did you? Oh my god! That was close.
WQM does get one back in the top, but that's a 4-for-0 in a 3v4 Soap Chan. Billy never even came down. That 5-0-2 on the Vayne. I mean, I don't want to say GG, but that is a very scary Vayne right now. And I don't know if Juniata has an answer.
Yeah, considering that they have 2 items completed, boots as well, and this Vayne, as we have seen them in action, they know really well how to dash, how to get those rollouts, how to get the invisibility going, so it works out perfectly for them. You just finish people off, get the 3 stacks, the attacks and the true damage, and it's been working wonders. How did they manage to get that 3v4? Greatly they played together, especially the Vayne.
Yeah, they condemn into the wall that stunned Maokai. It stopped the Bramble Smash. Bought time for Speedy Kill Ninja to pop that stopwatch, and that kind of set everything up. Otherwise, Speedy Kill Ninja's probably dead before he even gets a cast of Crow Storm off. Now we posture around this dragon. Nature's Grasp will be stolen by Billy. Everybody down here for the side of Mount Union. Gwen, for the first time tonight, going to join the party as well. So it's a full 5-on-5. Soap Chan pointed out it's 2-0 Dragons in favor of Juniata. This is a big one for Mount Union. They start the dragon. Looks like it resets. Here comes the Nature's Grass. Into the Crow Storm over the wall. 2 members already dead. And they're just racking up bodies right now. Convicted going to try and hunt down Gumi. WQM trying to do as much damage. Trying to at least get a kill on the Leah. But doesn't with the bailout once again. And it's a straight up clean ace in 18 minutes.
Oh no, if you are Groomer, you must be very upset right now. If you guys notice, you had Fish casting out what was happening here on the right side of the river, but while Convicted was chasing Groomer, they managed to get a flash over the wall, but the auto attack was already following them, so you had that little crooked auto attack from Vayne following them over the wall, and unfortunately was going to be a wasted flash. And again, you have Mount Union executing an amazing team fight this time, 5v5. They're going to probably take down this turret here with the help of the minion wave. So contesting with 1 Drake versus 2, that fight has granted them quick maths, 6. No, yeah, 6. 6? Yeah. 6k gold ahead.
And look at the Vayne Soap Chan, 7-0-4 at 19 minutes. It just gets scarier and scarier. They're even going to try and burn down this second Rift Herald before she despawns, and they should be able to get it with plenty of time. And we talked about this in the draft, right? Billy's ability to steal ults and set up the rest of his team, so crucial. He's the one who starts with the Nature's Grasp first, not Wizza, and then right into the Crow Storm. 2 members were dead for Juniata before you could even blink.
Yeah, and Harrow being pop here in the top lane. You have Weezer, Drifterman, the rest of the team following up, trying to help and not allow this one to be taken down, but it's a lot of damage from the Harrow. Nature's Grasp is going to get most of the team. And ulti. The stun is gonna land. Wizard has to flash away. Hostage takeover is not going to land on anyone, but Absence of Mind might be in the cut. In the midst of too much. Call of the Forge is not going to help. The Throw Storm still dealing a lot of damage. Convicted might be the one to clean everything out once again. They are very close to there because of the root, because of the tower. But they're gonna go in, they flash forward, they take the one to take them down is gonna be Drifter, man. And maybe they became a little overconfident. Mountain Unit first time that this Vayne has fallen, and an almost ace for the hands of Juniata. Very well executed.
That's a ton of gold on that Mundo. Got the 1,000 gold shutdown on the Convicted. Got, I think, a 450 gold shutdown on the Leah as well. So now this Mundo is going to become absolutely tanky when he gets this back off. And I think you're right. I think it was just an over-aggressive play for Mount Union. Never really felt like Juniata wanted to go in. Plus an objective bounty on top. Oh, man, we're right back in this game for Juniata. The gold lead's down to only 4,000. But you said it. We did get a see, by the way, Soph-Chan. I don't know if you saw, Billy did steal the Mundo ult. It was very unimpressive, unfortunately. It did not out-heal the 3 tower shots they took.
Oh my god, very unimpressive. I love it. Yeah, unlucky. If you want to use that ulti stolen properly, you definitely don't want to get those tower shots. The true damage is going to stack up, and there's not any healing in the world that might help you with it. Even if you have a Yumi, that would be hard. Thankfully for you, we don't have a Yumi in the game, but nonetheless, I totally agree. We had Convicted really sitting on our high ground, and then all of a sudden they were like, okay, I think I can flash forward and try to take down Drifter Man before going on Gruma. Like, I think that was definitely a little cocky. Take down the ADC, then if you think you can heal up with your autos, take down and kite out Drifter Man. But they were a little premature on how they flashed into both people, and it didn't quite work well for them.
First time Juniata's won a fight. We'll see if they can continue, because I think the other big thing, and potentially probably the reason Billy did not steal the ult that's kind of won all these team fights, is that Hijack does have a somewhat longish cooldown before you get rank 3, where it's up almost every team fight, so wasn't able to steal the Maokai ult. I think anytime Billy has the Maokai ult, I think the team fights are going to go in Mount Union's favor, but when that Hijack is on cooldown on Maokai, that's where things can get a bit scary. You mentioned it in the draft. Probably the Chaos Storm is something he'd be looking to steal if he had his choice. But we get a Dragon up in 50 seconds, and here is our next team fight, Soph-Chan, and I think this really, as you pointed out, is going to all be how aggressive Convicted wants to be on this Vayne.
Yeah, considering that it didn't work quite well the last team fight, I think Convicted's going to be a little humbled. You don't want to... Oh, never mind. Don't mind anything I said.
Pop the Shirelias and go in. They get a Nature's Grasp out from Wizza, which is actually really huge. And with Billy having his own Nature Grasp, I think you have to concede this dragon if you're Juniata. It's only the second Cloud Dragon for Mount Union. I don't even know if Mount Union has... Oh, here comes the Nature's Grasp. They're trying to catch Mr. Shuey. They get the root. Wow, they get the root. He's forced to flash. Ignite gonna come out. He will live. But that pretty much guarantees the second dragon of the game going over to Mount Union.
Yeah, very nice control here, but Juniata says, well, we have a Mundo, we can try to clear out at least some damage on that Baron. I think that's a little early in the game, I would say. Okay, never mind me. They are on 50% health on this Baron while Gwen is helping them, and I don't think Mount Union has any idea, any clue, no vision around, and they're going to finish this one off. Quite a surprise, but very nicely responded from Juniata.
Oh, great Featherstorm by Guma, dodges the call of the Forge God, so Baron stays on all 5 members of Juniata. Absolutely fantastic call, like you said. Very rarely do we see the Baron for Dragon Trade executed efficiently, but you're talking point range supreme again, so Chen, where are the wards at 20 minutes on Baron?
Oh yeah, yep, that's the one. That's the one. Unfortunately, I think they placed like all of that vision and that efforts in that bottom pass. You had so much in the river. You use the Shirelius, you try to get something going, at least bait out any of the ultis, pull down on Nature's Grasp, and then you decide to go for Mr. Shuri. I think maybe what could have saved this, of course, one little vision. Anywhere close to the Baron Pit. Anywhere. and then not going for Mr. Shui, just finishing off the Drake because they had already asserted that that fight was theirs. There was no reason for Juniata to try to contest it. So maybe if they had finished it earlier, they would have tried to get to the rest of the map, you know, just get more vision going or just check the bushes themselves. And because of that, they would have noticed, well, where are Mundo and Gwen, and then have an idea that they might be doing Baron and then contest it themselves.
And we're also at that point of the game where, you know, as you pointed out, they had complete Dragon control. You don't need 5 members to take down Dragon when there is no contest. You maybe could have sent Billy, sent up Absence of Mind, try and find someone who can make that play, but these Baron-empowered minions are going to at least stop the bleeding for Juniata. Right now, they really haven't been able to advance anywhere. They still have the tier 1 mid and bot lane tower they have to break through, so there's not a lot going for Juniata outside the fact that they denied the Baron from Mount Union.
Yeah, I think, as you said, stopping and enabling Juniata to get more defense is very crucial, because at this stage, you have Vayne with 3 completed items and watch. So, if you want to go on her, she's just going to have everything at her disposal with the CC with the rest of the team, with Renata Glass and the shielding and revive, alongside the stopwatch. If everything can be chained out nicely, that would be perfect for Mount Union. So Juniata has to be careful on how to use this. They don't want to waste any of their cooldowns, and it worked out well for them. So now Absence of Mind in the bot lane, just defending this tier 1, as you said, while Juniata tries to break down those tier 1s in the first place.
WQM, I think, has really kind of become this win condition. As you point out, you have a 3-item Vayne. You cannot team fight, and that's exactly what Absence of Mind knows. Needlework going to come out before the Call of Forge God cast finished. WQM picks up the kill, but here comes Speedy Killer Ninja. Here comes Leah. You've got to be careful if you're this Gwen, as that Terrify does a ton of damage with the Drain. Meanwhile, topside, here come the Nature's Grasp. Billy with the dash flash! Wow, he got out of that root in time.
That was very, very clean fish, and I think they recognized that it wasn't just a Nature's Grasp, it was a Nature's Grasp with 4 players behind it.
Yeah.
So it was definitely the best play on this one. They are not that far ahead in regards to kills. They have 6 assists, so that's at least good. They have to defend this one, as we mentioned. Those turrets are going to be very, very hard for Mount Union to defend. Once you have Gwen just split pushing, she is very strong right now. We saw how quickly they took down Absence of Mind. So, as you see, another one. And you mentioned, Fish, it could be the win condition, not only in regards to split pushing, but also going on Convicted. WQM might be the key. Convicted flashes forward themselves, and they take down the Maokai, getting a little bit of an advantage here in the mid lane, while the Baron buff is not there.
No, the Wizza unfortunately got caught shopping. An aggressive play from Convicted. We were curious if those aggressive plays would slow down after his lone death this game, with probably a case of over-aggression, but that clearly is not the case. You've got Dragon up in 17 seconds, Baron up in 125, so that'll give plenty of time for Mount Union to pick up this Dragon, which, again, should be uncontested, especially with Wizza down. It will put them on soul point, but again, it's only Cloud Dragons. It's not the worst Dragon in the world to let your opponent stack. We'll see. I don't think Juniata can contest this with Maokai just now respawning.
Well, to be fair, I'm thinking now that the person that can really have this to their advantage is Convicted. The extra movement speed on the Vayne is just going to be huge. So she's going to be as sneaky as he can get. Absence of Mind has to dash away. They saw that with trouble, and they're going to try to defend this turret here very low, around 20%. And Juniata tried to contest it, but they knew it was going to be a little hard. Nice dominance from Mount Union, but once again, I don't see that much vision in regards to being aggressive with it in the jungle and close to the Baron pit. At least you have one detection ward there. It might be enough, but you also got to be careful with how you control the map.
It's your Shuik right now hanging out on the bottom side, trying to get some waves pushing. Does have that teleport if his team needs them, and Billy did steal the maximum dosage from Mundo, so there's no Nature's Grasp available for this next team fight for a little while for Mount Union. And Billy's end up going to rotate down and try and stop Mr. Shuey. There is no teleport, by the way, on this Silas. He's going to jump right on top of this Victor. He is doing a ton of damage. Chaos Storm going to come out, but it does not matter. Billy has absolutely eviscerated him. And now this should be a free Baron start for Mount Union if they want, because they're going to have an advantage. For 40 seconds, it's going to be a 5-on-4.
Yeah, but they decided to go base. Speedy Killer Ninja and Convicted probably had another item to finish. There we have it. The Guardian Angel on the hands of this Vayne be insanely good on the team fights, considering that we're going to go for the Baron in the next few seconds. They're going to arrive pretty soon. Again, unfortunately, didn't leave that many wards, but maybe it's also just Juniata being good at clearing them out. So they're going to try to contest the vision, contest the area. They gathered in, and it's going to become Aether real soon when someone decides to attack this buff.
Mr. Shuey's up now, does have the teleport. And there's a couple of words his team can throw down in case they need it. The mid lane tier 1 does finally fall, by the way, to the minions. But Nature's Grasp is in Billy's hands. You can see Speedy Killer Ninja hanging out over that Baron wall right in that fog of war. Great job by our production, just showing how well that Fiddlesticks was hidden. With another ward going down, he's able to get away. And so far at disengage, we get the classic Baron standoff, but Drifter Man maybe pushing too far forward. They're trying to keep tabs on Speedy Killer Ninja. But anytime that Fiddlesticks is in the fog of war, you're scared if you're Juniata.
Yeah, you really are. And Juniata here, again, still trying to get some pressure in this top river. There is a Scuttle Crab vision that was essential for Mount Union to actually be able to be on top of that fog of war. And it worked out pretty well for them. Juniata is going to try to farm a little bit, clean out that jungle before they go in for another fight. And this time, Mount Union is the one to attack the buff first.
They don't see that there's a pink ward on the backside of Baron. They have to disengage, but that gives a great vision over to Juniata. They're able to get Gumi to heal up off these minion waves, and so far everybody just waiting. Billy again still has that Nature's Grasp available. That's been the key for Mount Union, plus that Crow Storm. Fiddlesticks hanging off screen trying to stay out of our field of vision as well, but it looks like everyone's kind of agreed to just take a reset, and maybe our next fight's at that Baron as Billy just throws out the Nature's Grasp as it was expiring, but it won't find anybody.
Yeah, and again, we have that constant tension for the next Baron of the game. You had that very nice play from Juniata trading out the Drake for a Baron buff that allowed them to stay strong for a little longer. And definitely, I think that was the one thing that stopped Convicted and the rest of the team from taking down those tier 2s on all the lanes. So very well done by them. Less than a minute for the next Drake is going to be so point for Mount Union. Once upon a time, Juniata was ahead in regards to Drake buffs, but this time they have to fight for it. They have conceded previously, so this time is the moment to fight. They tried to get something going in the Baron buff, but it was still a little finicky. Who's going to start this first? But Mount Union is the one to get the vision upper hand in regards to Scuttle Crab, and that's going to leave them in a much better place for any fighting to happen.
We get a reset from WQM. He's going to walk on down, so everybody will be in this fight with almost everybody up for everything. There is no flash on Guma, though, so that Xayah going to basically be at the mercy of how well they use their Feather Storm. They're not going to have another escape. Meanwhile, though, they catch Speedy Killer Ninja. He tries to go forward with the Crow Storm, and he gets eviscerated. A huge loss. The Nature's Grasp finds one. Convicted trying to hop on to Drifter Man, though. Doing a great job with the stealth from the Q as they pick up their first kill. It's a double kill for Billy as well. Guma trying to finish off Absence of Mind. Now they hop on to Convicted. The Guardian Angel will proc, but WQM and Drifter Man should be able to pick up this kill, but a great flash by Vayne. A nice condemn into the wall as well here. This is trouble for Gwen. Now Drifter Man trying to chase down Convicted. Has to run away. Oh my goodness. The damage from this Vayne. Oh, WQM, if you don't run away, you're dead as soon as Tumbles back up. Convicted tumbles away and gets the 2-for-1. Oh my goodness! Convicted with the ace.
Convicted turning the fight around as a pro Vayne does, cleaning out the team fight in a 1v2, 1v3 style, and they're going to get off as well. The soul is going to be theirs. Mount Union. I am in shock of how that went well for them at the end of the day, because the awareness that we had with WQM, with going on to Spitty Killer, just denying that Crow Storm and taking the jungle down as soon as possible went super well. You had the Storm from Mr. Shuri as well, taking the Vayne out of the fight for very, very long as it was zoning them out. But Convicted managed to turn things around. An incredible flash, as you mentioned, Fish, into the Condemn on that wall was to seal the deal as a 12-1 and 6 Vayne with 320 CS.
Full built as well at 35 minutes for Convicted. And it was a great job. As you said, the Chaos Storm took him out of the fight, but he used the final hour tumble stealth to be able to basically stay invisible. Drifter Man wasn't able to get a lot of damage onto him. I will say that was the one thing I was not liking about Mount Union is fourth item Zanya's for Fiddlesticks feels a little bit late. We saw it in that last fight. He didn't have Zanya's for the Crow Storm, but he got it now. We'll see if Juniata can find a way onto this Vayne. Baron dropping low, already sub 50%. Teleport now coming in from Mr. Shui. No Baron attempt at all for the steal. Here comes the Nature's Grass. They're going to hop right on a Drifter Man. Call the Forge God. Going to get a 3-man knockup. Crow Storm comes out, and it is GG in this team fight. Another ace for Mount Union, and with Baron, they should be able to end this game on the back of Vayne.
On the back of Vayne and Leah. That hostage takeover was so well timed once again. So you had that champion getting all of the players from Juniata unable to attack or even go for the Baron, go for a steal, go for a contest because they were attacking each other. And then you had Convicted to clean everything up with the help of their teammates. So definitely the bot lane here on the side of Mount Union showing that they were coming for this Summoner's Rift party to win, and they take down the inhibitor, both Nexus turrets, and they're pretty close to taking this Nexus as well. It's going to be first game for Mount Union. Incredibly close and competitive, but a win nonetheless. I am so excited, Fish, to see how it's going to be the second game, because you said it was so close all the time.
Yeah, I mean, even with Convicted, 15-1 and 7, as you said, that game was it was down to the wire. I mean, that second to last team fight should have gone to Juniata. We should still be in game. Absolute insane clutch from Convicted, though. I'm actually really curious how that 80 carry ban's going to be handled in game 2, because you can't give him the hyper carry, right? You can't give him the Jinx, can't give him the Vayne, probably can't give him the Xayah either. But we'll see what he does. What are your final thoughts? What do you want to see going into game 2 before we take our break here?
I think I want from Juniata exactly as you said. You can't get any of these champions on the hands of Convicted. You got to take out those hyper carries. I would even include a Tristana. I don't know if they play that champion, but the hyper carries are just going to be the devastation of Juniata in the battlefield. So I want to see that going on. I think maybe Juniata should go for a Xayah first pick if they want to keep Xayah on the board. They had Xayah in this game. I don't think she was the problem at all. I agree with you with what you said in the draft. The Mundo was just doing what he pleases, and it didn't really feel like it was connected to the rest of the team. Gwen as well was doing great on 1v1s and in split pushes. Then all of a sudden in team fights there was something that was falling behind. So a change in the composition for Juniata is definitely the way to go. But if you are Mount Union, just keep doing what you're doing. They cannot ban all the champions that you have on your composition. So you're definitely going to have more in your pool to play. And if it has worked this good this time around, it definitely can do amazing once again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they get Convicted on. I think that one thing that you worried about, WQM, if he pulls the Gwen out, I'd love to see the split push again. I think it kind of got lost, and I think the split push might have been the answer, but we will see. We'll take a break. When we come back, we've got game 2 of our Challengers Great Lake. Can Mount Union and Convicted go for the sweep? Or does Juniata have a game 3 in mind to kick off week 7 here on the NECC? We'll find out right after this.
Go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice hill. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher.
Welcome back into the NECC. Absolutely fantastic game on our hands. Juniata Eagles Academy, Mount Union Varsity, Fish, Soph-Chan. We're bringing it all to you here on NECC Week 7. And Soph-Chan, very competitive game number 1, kind of dominated by Convicted on that vein, but still left enough of the door open that I don't think this series is a foregone conclusion like you and I are maybe used to for some of our past games. This is a very, very close series still.
It really is. This has been super clutch from the very start. I think it has been from early game, learning phase, and then everything after that started coming a little bit apart with Convicted doing so well. But then all of a sudden, you still had a big mountain, but it wasn't. It was Juniata's instead. So you had still a amazing composition on your hands for the 5v5s. And if it wasn't for Convicted, if it wasn't for those silly kids, they would have been able to take this game. But as you would expect, Juniata being very, very respectful of the potential Convicted has in those hyper carries. They deny the Jinx, the Vayne, and top it off with a Zac ban. On the other side, Mount Union going for the Darius again, the Cassiopeia, and the Mordecai.
We get some spicy top lane picks. The Yone Jax matchup. I mean, you can see how much from the other side that Mount Union respects WQM, right? You've got the Darius and the Mordekaiser band. Those are both targeted towards him. We actually get the Fiddlesticks this time for Drifter Man in the jungle. That'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. We get Aesol for the first time. New Aesol. At least our first time together, so we get to see the new Aesol, what he brings to the table against the Annie. So a lot of new champions. I don't know if we've seen a Yone game together this split, and we have not seen Aurelion Soul or Annie. So once again, these teams kind of going with these off-the-wall picks for game number 2.
Speaking of new things, we have to address that Mount Union had to replace their support here in the bottom path here for Noble Duck. So we're going to have a substitution for this match. Feels bad because I was very much rooting for how great she played in the previous game as Renata Glass, but they're bringing in Noble Duck, and I'm sure they're going to perform just as well. And I am not surprised at all that Mount Union decided to give Zeri to Convicted. I think if we had possibilities for that bottom lane, we thought about the Xayah, especially if they were thinking about getting Rakan, I would definitely have gone for the Xayah. But if Convicted is more comfortable with this champion, I'm sure it's going to do great. Aphelios and Nautilus on the other side, though, it's a pretty spicy matchup.
Yeah, I like the Nautilus. I like the more traditional support. Not that Wizza played poorly, but it just felt like there were times you could see like Maokai's kit just wasn't enough to handle Convicted. I'm with you, though. I think that should have been a Xayah pick in the bot lane. Again, maybe just not comfortable about it. I think the one thing that I'm most concerned about when I saw this comp come through for Mount Union, I don't know how I feel about absence of mind on that Jax. Not that he played poorly, but he, in those 1v1s, was losing consistently to WQM. It was a really risky first blood play that kind of set that lane back. I don't know if you're going 1v1 mode. I would have liked to see him go on another tank. I know the Ornn was banned, but maybe like a Sejuani. I don't know if that Jax is going to be the right matchup for Mount Union. That's my first concern. What do you see from the draft between these two teams for game 2, though?
I think Fish, maybe they're going to go for a Jax more split pushing. It would make sense. You have so much potential with the 4 teammates that you have already in 4v4 or 5v5. So Echo, Aurelion Sol, Zeri, and Rakan just can do everything on their own, and Jax can just be pushing in the lanes. So that could work out pretty well. That's something that we saw Juniata trying to pull out with WQM on the Gwen the last game, but at one point they decided to switch up that strategy and it didn't work out that much. Maybe doing the dedicated split pusher role would have been better for them, but maybe that's going to be the idea for Mount Union. On the side of Juniata, though, they have taken Fiddlesticks from Spitty Killer, and with a very wombo combo composition, Juniata has the potential to pull off really good team fights as well. So once again, both compositions very, very competitive as well.
Yeah, I think the one thing for Mount Union, I'm curious what will be their engage, what will be their go button. As you pointed out for Juniata, I mean, there's a number of things. You have the Yone ult, Fiddlestick's probably going to try and Crow Storm in, maybe even look for a Dredge Charge from the Nautilus. But what is Mount Union's play? Is it Rakan in with the quickness? Is it maybe Echo trying to go in and then convergence back? I'm very, very curious to see how Mount Union plays because they did well in Teamfight Sofchan when they had that Nature's Grasp from Billy on the Silas, when they were able to engage on top of Juniata. I will say this Mount Union comp in Game 2 feels like it's missing that engage button. But anytime you have Convicted, as we saw, as long as he's alive, you don't need any kind of engage. You just need to keep the man alive.
It's so true. And to be fair, being a Zeri, you also have good mobility as well. You're going to have potential to do good 1v1s as well as dealing damage with the chain lightning that she has with her ulti. So that could work out really well. But I totally agree. Juniata has such a good engage composition with the Fiddlesticks and the Nautilus that it could just be devastating, especially pairing up with the Tibbers. Having any throw down that ulti and stun everybody might be the game changer for Juniata. So that composition looking for something more late game, more 5v5 focused, while Mount Union might be going for those early game skirmishes, securing the first Drake and Herald, and seeing how things go.
Well, I know I always put you on the spot, but I'll take this one first between who I like here. And this one comes down to preference. I know I've talked about. Absolutely loved the idea behind Aurelion Sol when he came out. I know it missed the mark. The rework has had a pretty positive reception, and I'm excited to see it. So I'm going to take Mount Union. Give me the sweep on the back of our mystical space dragon, Aurelion Sol himself. I think Convicted is going to be the difference in that bot lane. And again, as long as he's alive on a champion like Zeri, I think he'll be fine. But what about you, Sofchan? Game 2 between Juniata and Mount Union. What do you got here in our Challengers Great Lake game? Who do you like?
I gotta give it for Mount Union. The performance for Convicted was just outstanding. I think, as you said, it might be the difference maker between these teams. And if you are Juniata, you have to shut down their ADC. You have to deny any sort of growth for the Zeri. So you gotta focus your attempts in the bottom lane. But as you said, if you keep Zeri alive, it's just too good for Juniata to contest it. Once again, Juniata, no, actually this time around, on the blue side, Mountain Union on the red, and they're going to go for a 5-stack here in the bottom path. Tribush, just getting some presence. And the red team looks to be waiting exactly for it.
Yeah, this is I have not seen this before. Mount Union, you said they are all grouped up. They got the early ward down. They're going to see everybody, but unfortunately, Juniata realizes there's nobody home and just turns around. Thought maybe Mount Union would choose to go in, but instead, they just played very defensively. So, a lot of excitement, and unfortunately, nothing really came of it between our two teams.
I really like how Mount Union played that one. To be fair, I would have loved to see Juniata place at least one ward there, because not seeing anyone in that jungle is probably making them think that the jungler, that you have Speedy Killer Ninja on the red buff instead of the blue buff, and that's going to give them a false perspective on how they're going to path in the jungle. So I would have loved to see the ward there just to make sure that you know where the enemy jungler is. So maybe Mount Union with that play allow them to get not only control with looking and securing their base, but also knowing where the enemy jungler is going to be next.
No ward going down, as you said, I think would have been the right play, but again, both junglers will start on the opposite side, so I don't really think they'll run into each other. Of course, Speedy Killer Ninja can look to be a little bit more aggressive on the Echo. The kit not totally dependent on hitting level 6 for some ganks like we are going to see from Drifter Man here. And I'm actually curious to see how Drifter Man's going to play this. Again, we talked about the Mundo just simply missed the mark in terms of what the team needed. The Fiddlesticks was fantastic for Mount Union, and I'm kind of curious. We see, ooh, a nice dash there away from that dredge line. I'm curious how Fiddlesticks goes in. It's always interesting in these 3-game series, Sofchan, when somebody pops off and your response is, well, I'm going to take your champion away. Let's see if you can do it on a different champion. I think that's always even more respectful than banning it away.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Especially considering that you have Drifter Man with First Strike. It feels like they're going to go for early ganks, even though we don't expect that much from a Fiddlesticks. You expect them to just go power farm get the level 6 as soon as they can. But maybe they're going to be as aggressive as we had Speedy Killer Ninja in the previous game being for Mount Union, especially when you have to shut down Convicted as hard as they do now because of that performance in the previous match. It makes sense as well why this bot lane is being so aggressive. They got the level 2 advantage, they pushed in, and they're shoving this wave, making UMU in a very behind position in the lane.
Absence of Mind doing a fantastic job here, pushing out WQM. I did not think this was going to be his lane. We do get a dredge line going out. Noble Dart just missing the knockup. Ignite going to go out onto Wizard, though. He's forced to flash away. Drifterman coming down. Guma got exhausted. Now the turn. The Terrify is going to land onto Convicted. And Flash just out of range of the anchor. Barely keeps Convicted alive, but 3 summoner spells on both sides going to be used. And meanwhile, Absence of Mind pops the counter strike. WQM goes back in and he gets first blood.
Oh, we saw so many flashes all around the map, but this one is going to be the first blood guarantee. But the bot lane as well, Wizard going in with a hook, Noble Dark falling a little low in health. But you have the shielding, you are Rakan, and I have to really talk about that flash from Convicted top lane. WQM is gonna go down. The red buff is gonna take it, and Speedy Killer Ninja really takes things to another level. Mid lane Drifterman.
The Hex Flash over the wall, but there's not enough damage. Billy barely gets away. Billy had just barely used the E to start getting distance. Now here comes Speedy Killer Ninja, and he's at full health. Mr. Shui is not. The stun gonna land onto the Annie, but a great Terrify in response. One more auto attack gonna pick up the kill, however. I don't think they'll be able to have enough damage to kill Drifterman, but they still lose their mid laners. Overall, it's a win for Mount Union.
Definitely a win here. 2 kills for Speedy Killer Ninja. Very well executed. Having the awareness there on the map to be able to get 1 on the top, 1 in the middle too. And position from Billy. Very, very close to getting knocked out, but still enough to keep themselves healthy. Top lane, WQM is going to deal a lot of damage on Absence of Mind. As much as you can dodge, there's as much damage that Yon can do on you.
Oh! Absence of Mind in the single digits for health. But he is able to get away, and this is what I was worried about. It did feel like WQM was the better duelist in this top lane. CS is still even, but if this Yon finds ways to get kills, it might not matter how far Convicted gets ahead, because Yon, a fed Yon is an AD carry's worst nightmare is Billy. Let's take a stun, but his level 6. Mr. Shui is not. This should just be a kill, and Aurelion Sol burns him down.
Wow, look at that. Amazing job really recognizing here that they had the power spike and going in for the 1v1. 2 platings for WQM in the top lane and Mount Union. Looking to be a little, even though in gold they are not behind, I can see Juniata showing that they can do a lot. Wizard positioning in the mid lane trying to get their anchor, but they don't have any follow-up. Interesting. What was that plan? Just trying to take down the wards and stop the recall. Maybe Mr. Shuye has arrived in the lane, so I think that was successful.
It's an almost 1,000 gold lead in that mid lane already for Billy, and that's where a big difference in this game is. He's basically the reason why it's an 800 gold lead so far for Mount Union. This Aurelion Sol, again, making his debut, at least for the Fish and Sofchan cast. He's been banned away from us. But so far, this rework looking pretty good. I'm happy where my friendly little dragon man is right now. I'm not going to lie. He does need a stun, though. There's no Tivers up for Mr. Shui. Wizza going to come down as well. And the Astral flight away, and Aurelion Sol's back to safety.
Yeah, very nice positioning there. They hid behind the minions to get that dash away. Very well executed. We have Fiddlesticks getting that Scuttle Crab. The support and mid laner are following up. They're gonna get something here at the top lane. Maybe Absence of Mind is in bad place.
Oh, Crowstorm comes out. Wiz is here just for moral support at this point. For a moment, I thought it was WQM. I completely forgot that Fiddlesticks is on the other team this time. I was like, oh, this isn't looking good, but this is the problem, right? This is what they avoided in game 1, Sofchan, thanks to, unfortunately, a really bad level 3 or 4 tower dive. But now WQM 2-1. He should get his second plate up here, and that's just going to be more gold in his pocket.
Yeah, and that is going to be huge because, as you said, it's the one thing that can shut down Convicted. It's definitely going to be Yone's. It's definitely going to be the combo potential that Juniata has. They're pushing out really far here. They've taken many platings. Weezer, they were roaming around the map, so it was as good a time as any for UMU to push in the bot lane, but it's going to be Juniata to secure the first Herald of the game. We have Speedy Killer Ninja rotating for the Drake, so maybe it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in buffs.
Looks like that will be the case. Curious where this Rift Herald gets put. I honestly think it should get shoved top lane. I think getting WQM ahead is the best thing you can do. Billy trying to run away. Mr. Shui now has the stun. Tivers comes out. But a fantastic ult response and an astral flight away, and Billy once again escapes death in that mid lane on the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, very close every single time, but they're still 1-0-1, keeping a healthy, almost 20 CS lead in the mid lane against the Annie. WQM trying to get some damage on Absence of Mind, but bot lane is going to get spicy now.
Great charm onto Wizard. This should be a free kill for Convicted, and it is. Uma has red and white, so a tower dive unlikely. Don't want to give this Aphelios any extra kills, but a great job by Noble Dark. As we talked about subbing in, and really hasn't missed a beat from the fantastic game Leah had in game 1. He gets the dash into the CC, and there was nothing that Wizard could do, and that's a free kill for Convicted, which is the last person you want to give a free kill to.
Yeah, absolutely not. Oh, Mr. Shuri, no!
Mr. Flashes away. Will Speedy Kill Ninja go for the dive? He had the ult and the flash. Kind of surprised he didn't go for that dive.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe we had Billy on the comms just saying, it's alright, I can just punish them by taking out the wave, denying them the farm, and that's going to be good enough. You take the platings as well. So this much push is going to be amazing. 2 waves collapsing too. The top path though is going to be the Herald of Drifterman, and WQM taking down this one. Absence of Mind is alone to defeat it and defend it.
Does take it down just before that 4th plate falls, but I think it's a fantastic choice. Unfortunately, Absence of Mind has just not had any support from his jungler this time around.
Oh,
The Crowstorm gonna come in. They're looking for the full-out dive. Drifterman, one more tower shot, but he barely gets out of range. WQM does not have the ult. Flashes forward, gets the knock-up with the Q. And they pick up the kill on the top side of the map. 3-1 now on this Yone. That is going to be very scary for Mount Union.
very beautiful, to be fair. That was max range on the Q, as you said, the knockups. Speedy Killer Ninja is gonna go for Guma. They're gonna get a stun here. Very close, almost getting the knockup as well. But they turn around, and Juniata is gonna try to defend themselves from this one.
It did not quite able to land the spark, but very scary moment there. Thought maybe Noble Dark had a spot for the quickness, get the charm, but ends up holding back, as you said, just missing that knockup. But at some point, right, Speedy Killer Ninja's got to help out his top laner. I mean, it's going to be potentially 5 plates onto WQM. I know he split a couple of them with Drifterman, but that's a lot of gold on a Yone, who is a very gold-hungry champion. He needs 2 or 3 items. But here comes Billy. Astral Flight down, descend from the heavens. They pick up 1. It's a double kill for Convicted, which is probably the worst part of that entire thing.
Oh, and Noble Dark was the one to taunt there to get the tower shots on them. Very nice rotation in those targetings there, and they managed to give the final hit for Convicted as well. So as you said, the worst outcome for Juniata possible, but the most amazing roaming from Billy, securing that one. Very well communicated, and it definitely was helped by the fact that they got to push that deep in the previous 2 waves, I believe. So Mr. Shu was still a little behind, catching up in that position. So they were free to just roam to the bottom lane and get everything ready and set up for Convicted to be on a 3-0-0, 20 CS ahead, 350 gold bounty to their name. Lead for UMU.
Picked up at least 2 solo plates at the end of that as well. Not sure. There's 4 total plates down on the bottom side. So that's a lot of bonus gold as well in Convicted's pockets. Meanwhile, WQM does not know Speedy Killer Ninja and Noble Dark are there. Nice counterattack stun is going to land, and WQM with a great ult. It's a 3-man stun. Ignite gonna go out. Speedy Killer Ninja, though, picks up the kill, ults back. And finally, Absence of Mind gets some help in the top lane, and they get a massive shutdown onto that Yone.
Finally, the backup has arrived and it worked out perfectly. Absence of Mind with Speedy Killer Ninja gonna take most of those platings. Thank you very much. But Wizard with Drifterman are going to the bottom lane. Convicted might be in a bad position.
Still has the flash and the exhaust going to get ignited. Here comes the minion wave and Guma as well. The Ultra Shock Laser comes out. Teleport here from Billy, just trying to help out his AD carry. Does have the ult available. Flash Force from Guma, but gonna get that slow. With the empowered ultimate. Now Drifterman wants to jump on. It's terrified, but this isn't the spot you want to be. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Billy dropping very low, trying to burn down Guma. Convicted picks up one. Wizard gonna throw out the depth charge. It does pick up a kill and even two.
Ooh.
And the Crow Storm from Drifterman with a nice shutdown turns things around on the bot lane for Juniata.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Drifterman showing that they can do as much as Speedy Killer Ninja did in a previous game as the Crow Master. And this time around, they managed to turn that fight on its head. When I thought that Convicted was definitely on top, WQM might be going down. Absence of Mind has procced that shield bow passive on the Yone, and the help from Speedy Killer Ninja is also arriving. The Yone has to go underneath power. No need to force anything anymore.
Great job by Speedy Killer Ninja. He's hanging around. I think they're going to try and bait WQM, and he might be the kind of player where we've seen he realizes got to get aggressive. Now 4-1 for Convicted on the other side of the map. 3-0 for Speedy Killer Ninja. Looking for an Infernal Dragon potentially is Mount Union. But unfortunately, their jungle's still topside. That ward going down gives it away. And Speedy Killer Ninja will retreat and leave Absence of Mind alone, but this would be a great chance. Unfortunately, Drifterman gonna get caught out all alone, forced to immediately use that flash. BQM can't quite get away from the stun, and Absence of Mind picks ones up. Meanwhile, down at Dragon, it's Billy, not the dragon itself, who's the first one to die in the pit. And that could be an Infernal Dragon. Unfortunately, Brother goes down. Aurelian Soul can't quite get away this time.
Yeah, they really can't. It's just Noble Dark and Convicted around, and both Drifterman and Guma are gonna take this Drake pretty easily as they do. Now, one Drake versus the other on the two teams. Nothing is gonna get too crazy thus far unless they want to go for a dive on Convicted and Noble Dark. But I've really liked from Juniata that they managed to get their offense in the Drake pit instead of getting their attention distracted by the kill in the top lane, by the Herald being procced, and then they still can defend a little bit more. There was still one charge, but the tower is still standing, so I think it was a good trade all in all.
Sizable damage being done. I think the one thing that really has worked out for Juniata this time is Wizza has roamed so much that despite the fact that it's a small CS lead and a pretty massive kill lead, 4 for Convicted, 0 for Guma, Guma actually has the XP lead because he's been solo in this lane so much, and that's helping stop the pressure of Convicted and Noble Dark. They can't go for as many dives, they can't get as many 2v2s that are in their favor because the stat bonus for Aphelios is kind of making up the difference in items right now. Ooh, Root does land.
Okay, they decide to disengage on that one, but Speedy Killer Ninja is around, so is WQM. Here in the mid lane, they're gonna go on Billy. Nice dodge, but the Crow Storm is going on everyone on UMU side, and Convicted is very close to that. Have to try to go away. I think really have to disengage.
Uma picks up the lone kill of that engagement. A nice convergence from Speedy Killer Ninja to get back to full life. Thought maybe we were going to see the Ultra Shock Laser come out from Convicted. He was hanging around, but never did find it. Does get that back off, and now Speedy Killer Ninja and Billy are just simply both going to retreat. So once again, we talked about this, a very even series. Gold, I think, is, if not dead even, it's very close. Looks like it's about 100 gold difference between these two teams right now at that 17-minute mark. Kills almost dead even, Dragons even. Could not ask for a more close game after this early laning phase, could we? So Chance Absence of Mind going over the wall. He's looking for revenge. Counter-Strike does come out. Unfortunately, cannot find the stun onto WQM.
Yeah, but I think that maybe UMU has listened to what I said and they've left Absence of Mind really just going on a solo journey in the top lane. Drifterman might be going for a engage on them. They get the ward, they're getting away, but terrified. They're gonna go down pretty soon. Mr. Shui to join as well. There is no escape. And just finishing off what I was saying, Absence of Mind has been put in that split push position. Juniata knows it, so they were able to defend that one.
Yeah, fantastic job, as you said. I think it's interesting because despite Absence of Mind going on that split push, it still feels like WQM has been winning those 1v1s. It's been some fantastic help from Speedy Killer Ninja that kind of pushed the lane in that favor, but it's still a 4-3 Yone versus a 1-4-1 Jack. I think Absence of Mind definitely needs to be careful. He doesn't bite off more than he can chew and get this Yone further and further ahead. Already has the Immortal Shield Bow finished, as almost everybody has their mythics or first items done. In the case of Guma going for that Bloodthirster first, started with that early Cole, so taking a bit of a slower build. And now I think this next dragon fight is going to tell us a lot. This is kind of where in game 1 Mount Union pulled away. Sofchan was that third dragon. I'm curious if they'll be able to do it here in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be the second Drake for either of these teams, so definitely important to stick around, get the vision here. But bot lane, UMU has been able to take down the tier 1, so that's going to allow them to have more pressure in the jungle, get the warding done, and be able to secure the area for the next Drake spawning. And I totally agree with you. I think it has been so even thus far that anything could tip the game on its head. Any objective that gets given, that gets absolutely conceded, can just be massive for the enemy team.
Picking up in 40 seconds. Really not a lot of wards from anybody. It's pitch black on that dragon pit right now. There's a couple of wards from Juniata leading into the dragon pit from the red side, so they are going to see Convicted, but that ward will immediately get cleared away. And we will see there is a teleport on WQM. There is not on Absence of Mind, so this Jax cannot join the fight unless he roams down. WQM knows that, going to jump right on top of him. Just dash back to his soul, and this could be a 5v4 that Juniata wants to take here in the next 10 seconds.
Definitely. Oh, nice dodge there, Rakan. But Juniata gets the priority in the Drake pit. They don't have any wards, UMU, as you have the TP going, that you have the extra bushes from the Ocean Drake. So it's going to be even more dark spots for UMU on this map, and it looks like they really are conceding this one. Maybe just rotating to get more pressure on the side lanes. You see the pings from the blue team trying to get the defense going for Absence of Mind in the top lane, but they might be able to take that one down. So it's trading a tower for a Drake. I think that's all right.
And now this is an awkward spot for Juniata. They're kind of pushing into their own jungle, but it's completely dark. Speedy Killer Ninja is there, so is Absence of Mind. WQM gonna walk around the corner. Wizza as well, and it looks like potentially Jax got left once again all on his own. Trying to get away. Here comes Billy and Noble Dark, but it looks like, unfortunately, Absence of Mind will be absent of teammates, and he will fall here.
Wonderful, love to see it. Convicted might be in a bad situation with WQM going in on them. They have plenty of damage going on. The hook onto Billy, they have to flash away. Ulti coming from Zeri as well. She's going to try to do as much damage as she can. This is Shui trying to take down Billy quickly enough. They don't get it. The storm from Drifterman is going to finish them out alongside the Aphelios. And finally, Aphelios totaling 2 kills in the game is starting to get some well-deserved gold on that pocket.
We're seeing just what the power of Fiddlesticks has been this series. Fantastic Crowstorm to kind of clean things up, and Convicted, despite being 5-1-1, just does not have that same oomph that he had in game 1 on the Vayne. Being held at range now. Drifterman potentially caught out here, has to rocket belt away. Speedy Killer Ninja roaming down, but with Guma right next to him, plus red and white, I don't think you want to fight this if you're Juniata. Speedy Killer Ninja trying to catch him shopping. Drifterman closes the tab and is able to get away.
Yeah, they do no shopping now, but there's still a lot that can be done with the hook. The Hextech Flash in from Weezer, but the damage from Billy says, nah, you are not coming here. Unfortunately for UMU, they have full control over this side of the river, but the buff is just not there. They had to have everything that they have right now on the map in regards to vision going on before the objective comes in, and unfortunately for them, Juniata had all the presence and priority. That's why they got the buff for themselves. UMU have to be a little more proactive on how they get the vision so they get priority in those objectives.
Howard ultimate up for Billy and for whatever the next team fight will be. Baron is up. We saw a Baron sneak around this mark in game 1 for Juniata. There is no vision over there if either team finds themselves in an opportunity to make that play. We did see Absence of Mind. He's now been on the bot lane. I think the split pushing that we talked about for WQM, and you pointed out maybe Mount Union made that call. Absence of Mind has been split pushing. It's been a problem for Juniata right now as WQM forced to ult away to get away from a nice two-man game.
Yeah, you gotta be careful at this point because with 11 kills on each side on the board, it's gonna mean that all of the champions have at least 2 items completed. You have at least, does anyone have 3 items so far? Oh, I don't think they do. So at least 2 items on every champion on the board, and that's going to be massive damage that they can put on the table. Absence of Mind once again going for the split push, some damage on Mr. Shui, but I think that UMU is really not looking to win on team fights, but at the same time, if they don't want to win on team fights, they really have to be aware that if they're conceding one objective, they have to trade it for another. At one point, they lost the Drake, but they got a tower. This time around, they just lost the Drake and they didn't get anything in return. So they have to be aware that they have to walk around the map and get things traded out so they get advantage on all of these plays. If you leave Juniata grow, Aphelios, Drift the Man on Fiddlesticks can just become too much to set everything up for WQM on the yard.
I'll take a look at the gold there. Shout out to production, and it's interesting the gold leads for Mount Union, I think, are on the more important champions, right? It's about a 2,500 gold lead for Billy over Mr. Shui in the mid lane. It's about 1,500 in terms of 80 carries for Convicted. Now Wizza gonna get caught out, and this Nautilus is gonna fall over. A huge blow to Mount Union as this dragon is going to spawn. Nautilus will be up 3 seconds after, and I think you've just got to concede this unless you find an absolutely fantastic Crowstorm. Billy goes over the wall with the Astral Flight, turns around, and I think Juniata, they're going to fight this, but I almost feel like they should be running away here without their support.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Still 7 seconds on the board for the Nautilus to spawn. Convicted, taking a very aggressive position. Noble Dark might be the one to get things going. Drifterman is in the bush. Some damage from Billy, and all of a sudden the support has been obliterated.
Ult comes out from Speedy Killer to get the knockup onto Mr. Shui. Convicted picks that one up. Crowstorm coming in here. Couple of great stuns, and it's a shutdown going over to Speedy Killer Ninja. WQM tries to jump in on the back line. Cannot find it. He goes down as well. Wizza now roaming in. Bagumi goes down. It's a double kill for Billy. And Mount Union on the back of their dragons going to pick up one of their own.
Yes, they are. Speedy Killer Ninja are going to take the support as well. They said, well, you arrived late to the party. You're not invited anymore. We don't want you here. And Weezer has to back away while the rest of the team for UMU took down that Drake in, to be fair, a very well executed team fight. I still don't know how Convicted was still standing. Really? Because every time I see some shielding coming on, I'm like, do they have barrier? No, they don't have exhaust. So every time Convicted is still alive in those fights, I think it's a miracle. And UMU are going to be the ones to secure the first Baron of the game this time around. Late on 26 minutes, but still very good for them as they have equalized on 2 Drakes versus 2. And now they get some pressure to keep on pushing forward.
Got a couple of massive shutdowns. You see the 10-stack Magi as well for Speedy Killer Ninja. So he gonna try and go for that snowball. Now 5-0-5 on the Echo. And it really just felt like Juniata tried to force something. They did get that pick on a Noble Dark that did make it a 4v4, but Unfortunately, 3 members got caught in Billy's empowered ultimate, and with that knockup and the slow, there was really just nothing they could do. But you're right. I don't know how Convicted survived. WQM, I thought 6-4 on the Yone, Mortal Shield Bow, Infinity Edge. That spells dead 80 carry almost all the time, but Convicted just finds ways to stay alive.
Yeah, they do. Definitely up to Noble Dark to being the one to get those shields going. WQM being chased by the Dragons, Billy Kid and Ninja, but they managed to get a nice ulti on both of them. TP is coming in the bottom side. They're gonna take it down. Mr. Shu is gonna be in trouble too. They land the stun, but Convicted is also there. They get another stun going. Maybe it's support going to be down. Noble Dark has to flash away and dodges Guma's ulti. Wow. This game is just action after action.
And look at the top side of the map. It's a free inhibitor for Absence of Mind. He doesn't care about the team fights. He's just going to simply get a free inhibitor top lane with that Baron buff they picked up. They're still fighting. Crowstorm comes out from Drifterman, but unfortunately whiffs. One of the few mistakes he's made all game with the Baron-powered Canyons. They should be able to pick up this bot lane tier 2. But Absent of Mind has a Nexus tower at 50%. And Mount Union is just running it down with this Baron right now.
Yeah, you don't need that much kills on your name to be able to do split pushing as a good Jax can do. And they're really showing that this composition was made to do so. The 4 players, as we mentioned, on the rest, the other side of the map, they can do anything they want in a team fight, even it's a 4v5, because Absence of Mind is going to guarantee that at least some mind control is going to be made over Juniata. So they need to decide which side do they defend. Absence of Mind is going to gather with a team now. They're not going to be left stranded in the top half any longer, but they still have so much potential to push because of the Baron buff. They're utilizing it super well, Fish.
Yeah, now 30 seconds left on the Baron buff. Absent of Mind is going to walk down to the bottom side of the map. There's super minions top lane. He might not get this turret, but he's going to get a sizable chunk of damage. As you can see, the Baron empowered cannon minion. A couple more auto attacks is just simply going to take down this tier 2, and it does just that. The Baron buff, as you said, played to perfection. You know, Absence of Mind and WQM kind of duking it out. We do see a back coming out here from the rest of Juniata, but what a play on that Baron. As WQM does pick up the kill onto Jax. That is a decent loss, but there's no objectives up for 50 seconds. I'd say Jax did his job with that Baron buff.
Yeah, he definitely did. And exactly as you pointed out, he's gonna be back for the next Drake to spawn. Still 1 minute left. So it's alright. It's one thing that is always super important to know about League of Legends. Not every death, it's gonna be a game changer. And exactly as you said, you have Jax being a split pusher. They know their timer. They know how long they're going to be dead until they respawn. They know the timer for the next objective. So you can just play around it and try to get some value out of your death. This time, it was just the control that UMU had over the rest of the map. So they have to fight for this one, taking a lot of damage on Weezer. And maybe the support is going to... just getting melted.
Uh-oh, here comes the ultimate. Just misses, but Drifterman goes down. Billy looking to pick up more, gets a double kill. He's going to give that one over to his 80 carry. Guma going to get run down here, finished off by Speedy Kill and Ninja, the ult back, and with everybody but WQM dead, who's now channeling the back, this could be GG, and it could be a sweep for Mount Union unless this Yone can pull off a miracle.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 4v1 in this case, and they're taking out the story really fast. They're not going to land that big of an ulti. They're gonna go down very shortly, are they though? The shielding from the shield bow has been rocked, but Convicted still has the damage with the teammates to take down this base. A sweep for Mount Union in a very close, but super well executed match.
Yeah, fantastic job by Mount Union, as you said. I mean, their whole game plan worked, as we talked about, right? They kind of went in knowing, look, we know that maybe Absence of Mind isn't the best in the 1v1, but he played the split push so well. Absolutely fantastic job from Mount Union. So, Chad, as you said, on that sweep. And what are your final thoughts on what was a really weird series? Because it was a sweep, but it was very, very close for being a sweep.
Yes, it was. And to be fair, that's the one thing that sometimes gets a little lost in how we do the seeding in tournaments, right? This one, a sweep. You look at the stats, you're like, it was easy, and then you don't know how deeply complicated those matchups were. But I totally agree, Fish. I think that they knew exactly how to utilize absence of mind. So when you said, well, this Jax hasn't been having any help whatsoever in the top lane while the enemy jungler was just there constantly, it's fine because they knew that the
Hmm.
Jax is still going to grow. He gets the minions, the CS is going to be there. He doesn't need the kills. He just needs to be a Jax, be able to push fast, get those minions down, and do chunks of damage on those turrets. So it's totally
Hmm.
fine. It worked out amazingly for them. And to the rest of the team, those team fights, even when they were in less numbers, 4v5s, they were so well executed, considering you had Drifterman on Fiddlesticks getting amazing Pro Storms as well. They still managed to be alive, keep Convicted alive, keep the Aurelion Soul that was just melting any member of that
Yeah.
composition in seconds at that stage of the game. Just incredible gameplay all around.
Yeah, I would say the Aurelion Soul debut again for Fish and Stove Chan. I know he's been out for a while, but the debut for us casting, absolutely phenomenal. It was, as you said, just shredding anyone who got within range of him. Phenomenal job by Mount Union. Again, I think both these teams are now 3-3 on the year. Yeah, they both are 3-3. So this could be a maybe mid-seed playoff matchup in that Challengers Great Lake. I think both teams have a lot to improve on. Again, we're already in week 7. You're running out of time. But we are not done here on the NECC. We're not running out of time at all. That was just our first game of a few on the day here on the NECC. Up next, we're going to the Emergence New England Division. SUNY Potsdam taking on Ithaca College. Echo and Regdor going to have all of your action right after this break.
pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this
like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby. 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we on the road. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Huge shout out to Fish and Soph Chan for throwing it on over to us to get this next best of 3 series going. I'm Echo KO, and I'm joined per usual by the one and the only Regdor. How you feeling today, man?
Dude, I'm doing good. I'm dapper. I just realized that I still have a polo on. I'm not so gamer to look more professional. I hate it, but I'm living the dream.
I was about to say, man, I'm gonna have to update the wardrobe now. I just got a normal t-shirt, the chain out. Now I'm feeling a little bit underdressed. It is what it is, though. It doesn't matter as much because we're about to get this next best of 3 series started. And Regdor, we got 2 new teams going up against each other today. We have the State University of New York at Potsdam, better known as SUNY, as well as Ithaca College, better known as Ithaca Blue. But now that we know who it is that's going to be playing up against each other, let's find out what makes up these teams, and let's throw it first on over to SUNY. Regdor, give me the rundown. Who's playing today?
Yeah, for SUNY, we've got Delirious 8 up in the top lane. Sir Griefs-a-Lot is the jungle, given I usually see that in my solo queue games, but this time, just specifically, Sir Griefs-a-Lot in the jungle. Love the names. Garble Peels in the mid lane, and then the Turtle Wax and Plague Doc 242 making up the bot lane.
Let's hope we don't do too much griefing on the Rift. And on the flip side, over for Ithaca College, take a look as to who we've got in the lineup there, as these members especially are going to be fighting for something very important. Rector will touch on it just a moment, because we've got Crisis in the top lane, Storm Gator in the jungle, Hulachu in the mid lane, Big Wimbo. That's a good name right there. I like that. Big Wimbo, ADC, and Rosehawk 13 on the support role. And I mentioned that there was something very important for Ithaca Club. That is, Rector, they need to pick up their first win. We are now in, I believe, week 7, and they have yet to grab themselves a win. At the moment, they are 0-6. It is time for them to change the narrative. They want to win, and they want it badly.
And this is the best time to like turn it on. If you look kind of back through the weeks, they've had a number of games kind of not go their way, but they're starting to pick up some steam. Last week with a 1-2 loss to SNHU White, and we're on a new patch, which means everything's kind of changed around. I almost even forgot about it. We were just talking about Vigar before the game, and you know, he got some nerfs, but this is important. I don't think we'll see any of the new champ Milo. But overall, there's been some good moves around, so hopefully they found something that they knew. They, peeked behind the blinders, maybe got some dark technology prepared here on this new patch.
Definitely so, and I know everyone is eager to get into game. Real quick, though, you already brought up Vigar, right? And I can see behind you, it's saying Vigar OP. Can you go ahead and just elaborate that? I need to know, because you always got some kind of tech on the wall, right? You always got some kind of tips for all the gamers out there. So what is it this time? Papa Regdor, enlighten us.
Okay, so step 1 is Vigar is a double flex. If anybody's a fan of the Challengers League, what used to be formerly called Academy, he is able to flop between mid and ADC, being down there in the bot lane. That's number 1. So you can kind of hold that and keep some obfuscation of your draft. Number 2 is he just scales beyond reasonable belief. No matter what you want to do, keep on writing the notes down.
Okay.
He's got so many itemization. He can go Everfrost, he can go Ludens, he can go the Rod of Ages, he can build a Seraphs, he can go Decap second. There's so much to do, as well as, my favorite thing that gets a lot of question marks in solo queue is the Dead Man's Plate, because you don't need to auto attack because you're a mage. So you keep that 100 movement speed, those stacks built up, and you just run at them. Congratulations. You know that like scared look when you get into a corner where like shifting left and right, which way do you go? That's what the enemy ADC is doing, but they can't do anything because the cage is just going to get dropped down. All this to say, Vigar, with that 100 range difference on his Q now, has so much more poking capability and burst into even the most tankiest of targets that, they had to nerf him. We were talking about it. Took some off of his W and some base armor, but nonetheless, still incredibly useful in the context of the draft and where we're at here today. So it's OP. I suck at League of Legends, and I've gotten like 200 LP off this champ in the past 3 days. So if I can do it, that means everybody can.
It's just straight farming. Base armor was reduced to now, I believe, around 18, and a little bit of the scaling off of the W being taken away. You still set on the pick? Do you think it's a minor thing? It's still okay to abuse?
Oh, absolutely. You're gonna see me running it. Running towards victory on the Rift with that, and hopefully maybe that's in the bag of tricks for somebody here tonight to go to abuse.
Definitely so here, because now's the best time to pick it out, right? Especially if you are over at Ithaca College. You don't have anything to lose at the moment. The weeks are going by, and the longer that we go, the less chances you'll have to pick up wins and try and stay in this thing. And when you're 0-6 at the moment, you got to do something crazy to get the win.
No, absolutely. And it's a good time to, like I said, there's a lot more emphasis being taken away. Some of the other changes on the patch were the Drakes, kind of being less of a scaling option in there. And not mattering as much one at a time as we are able to get into the draft, that build some more things other than, you know, recamp, gank bot, stack drakes. You can have more game plans than just that.
Yeah, me personally, feels bad. I like to just say I'm a PvE jungler whenever they ask why are you not ganking, right? I'm getting the objectives, but now they're really saying no. You got to make more things happen as a jungler, but that's not here nor there because we're in the draft, Rector. We're ready to get things started. And already they're zooming through the bands over for the side of Sunny. Very jungler focus coming through. J4 Wukong being taken off the board, as well as a pick that you were talking to me about, Seraphine.
Yeah, Seraphine, another one of those potential flex picks across 3 positions, but not here today. And I gotta admit, Hecarim's photo, that was what was just on the screen, not to be confused with anything else, as it will be the Nunu locked in. And now they're hovering my boy, and that is a jungle mid 2v2 that I don't think many people will like.
Definitely not, but obviously with that Fizz being picked up, gives a little bit of outplay ability to come through here. Yeah, like you mentioned, that Hecarim icon, it's scary for all the wrong reasons. Not because it's terrifying, it's just god ugly. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. I'm gonna keep it on it. I don't like the look of it, but it doesn't matter because we're not gonna be seeing him on the Rift, at least for game number 1, as this is a best 3 series. So the best case scenario will be here for 3 long games. In the worst case, we're going to be out in 2. But regardless, it's going to be a fun time as the bands have gone ahead and finished up. And now we're moving on down to the ADCs.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. And we did see a lot of these picks were already done before in the draft lull. So it was the Fizz that actually was that R5 counter pick into Veigar, which, like you said, has the ability with the playful trickster to be able to get around the cage, to be able to kind of get to the heart of the matter with the Veigar. But it is a very skill reliant matchup, and that's going to be the interesting part here with all that setup CC in Veigar's kit for the Nunu. Makes it really easy to hit some of the biggest snowballs ever. So I really would love to see a lot out of the side of Sunny here in the early game out of that jungle mid duo.
So well, the side of Ethical Blue went in and picked up the Yuumi, a champ who has just been getting dunked on by Riot recently. First, the rework came through, which was actually looking pretty damn good, right? And now they hit him with a bit of a nerf on the ulti, especially. You're not going to give over those increased resistances to your best friend anymore. And so it hurts. It hurts a little bit, right? I'm not going to lie.
It hurts a little bit, and I don't want to jump on a soapbox too hard here with Yuumi. But I think she's in a really good state in the sense that she is there as your kind of standard enchanter, not as much healing coming through now, a little bit more reliant on that shielding, and like you said, the best friend piece. It's incredibly hard to ever change the best friend away from the ADC after the laning phase, which is, I think, a big pain point with Yuumi, so that makes the goal for Sunny rather realistic. Instead of just putting 1 champion behind, you put 2. You attack this bot lane in what used to be a very Zeri Yuumi favored matchup into Sivir plus whomever, like Sivir Lulu. Now that you have the Nautilus, you've got the Nunu. Try to be ganking bot early. Try to set the Yuumi carrier behind in this. And then you've got 2 problems out of the book. The best friend buffs aren't coming through because you're down, 2k gold in the mid game.
Indeed, it will be rough. Can I expect some kind of very early on shenanigans though from Sir Griefs a lot? Obviously, you look at that combo, right? You got the Nautilus hook, the stun, the Nunu snowball that you've already touched on, and hell, even if the Veigar wants to roam down bot, it smells like a dive waiting to happen.
Yeah, I feel like Nunu players are a lot like Bard players in the sense that they're psychopaths on the Rift. And they will just do things that don't make sense. Like, you have to ward differently for a Nunu gank, because if you just ward, the bush there on the bot side river, by the time you see him, it's too late. The snowball's too big. There's no way to outmaneuver. And with that setup CC, like you said, from the Nautilus dredge line, I want to see early, crazy, bombastic plays out of Sir Griefs a lot. If he's just full clear Timmy on this Nunu, I'm going to be sad.
Definitely so here, as we are waiting to get ready to get on to the Rift. It is almost time, Rector. We got to see the drafts. Gotta ask you just right off the bat, first impressions. I see Blue take this first game. What do you think?
I think they've got a really good chance. They've got a pretty standardized draft in the sense that they've got the Fizz and the Lee Sin as their early game setup, as their engines, and that Zeri Yumi in the background. I think a lot of this will be dependent on if Set can exist in isolation against this Urgot. If he can just be up there and just, stay on his side of the map, collect his minions and take those trades, because if Urgot gets a lead, there's not many tools on the side of Icy Blue that can control that side lane. So I would like to say that the standardized draft that Icy Blue has set forth can do some really great things as long as they can control the chaos of Sir Grief Salat and the top lane.
I think top lane is a great thing to bring up because the people's favorite seems to be Delirious up in that top lane, right? There are a lot of support coming out for him, a lot of hype in the chat for him. I'm seeing Delirious in the top lane dominant. So excuse me. So I'm curious to see, maybe we get a little bit of that isolation coming through, but honestly, that's the thing, right? With that Nunu, you got to expect the ganks coming over and over and over and over in the first couple of minutes. Even it's just, you can realistically, I feel, never expect to be on your own.
No, and Nunu is just, like that champion that just goes where he pleases, has all the move speed in the world, takes a terrible trade, eats a minion, has full health again. It's an abomination, an abominable snowman, if you will, on the Rift. And Delirious has a very interesting champion in Urgot because he doesn't really work great with any of the items. So we've seen like the Tiamat rushes into Black Cleavers, picking up Jock Show, Prowler's Claw, all kinds of crazy things along the way there. But the end state is if he's able to close the gap and use those knee cannons and sort of kite around this set, he can do a lot of damage early on and can control side lane very well. But if he's from behind, however, very, very hard. So I would love to see Lee Sin kind of work around top and mid and leave kind of bot lane on an island for the most part. Zeri Yumi has no reason to want to win lane. They have no reason to do anything outside of farm, play for your life, and just continue to, get onto that 2-item spike here for the Zeri, where she can really start doing some damage. So that's kind of like the, keep the madness in the madhouse up on the top side, and on the bottom side, just let it be.
All right, well, that's enough speculation because we are on the Rift. Let's get it started. Regdor, we're ready. Game number 1 is underway. City Potsdam Bears going up against Icy Blue. And it's unfortunate that they're two boats sailing by in the fog there, but I love the early aggression that was coming up for both of these squads.
Hey, and that's the best answer there. If you see Nautilus on the enemy team, stack a bush. That's the greatest concept in the world, is because you think you hook one and congratulations, you can kind of have that 5-man follow-up here early on. Did choose different parts of the map, so this could indicate for Sir Grief-a-Lot early on wanting to split the map apart and play towards this top side, get Delirious ahead, as it does seem by, general Twitch poll that he is a star player here for Sunni. And that would really leave their bottom side there to just kind of be left to their own devices, and Turtle Wax and Plague Doc have the tools to stay alive and kind of play that way on the weak side. But it will be, at least as we can tell, a split map here early on.
Yeah. Looking to steal away this red buff here. Crisis does have eyes on it, and so on the flip side, this blue will be taken here. So overall, I'm curious, especially for Turtle Wax, right, on the Silver Pick, running the lethal tempo. One of these keystones that was in fact nerfed in the last patch here. A bit of that scaling was taken down now. Instead of 30% to 54%, it is 24 to 54%. So overall, I'm curious, but oh my god, the ganks are already started, man. They're gonna find the knock up here, bit of damage onto Crisis, and he's already incredibly low. They're looking to make this lane unplayable.
Yeah, there's the psychopath ganks starting off already. And you can see they also got down that deep ward right by Raptors. The Sir Grief-a-Lot's just going to take the red buff and then move over to the blue. So this does act as a bit of a notification of what pathing Lee Sin is trying to take. Stormgator, on the other hand, does do the same thing. Actually clears Gromp as well as the blue, and now heading over to the red. This is the old, we haven't seen it in a hot minute, but the classic split map scenario here as we're getting out of the post-pause fatigue.
Indeed we are. Yeah, really split down the middle of the mid lane this time around. Normally
Yeah, he got full send is the plan here, as he is on that second camp. We're going to have to see here, as we do have some trades going on down in the bot lane. Stormgator has made his move, but no kill to come out of it, just the flash. Plague Doc, he's got the Hex Flash to keep him alive and well. Yeah.
back. Okay. What did I miss, Regdor?
Hey, you just missed a gank on the bottom side of the map. Stormgator blew a flash. It's
Okay.
like you are the soothsayer today.
I am the Regdominus today. I called it. It did come through. It has been a trades. This mid lane, meanwhile, Carbopeel's got to be careful, but oh no, the snowball cometh, and there's no playful trickster available. Flash under the turret, looking for the pick at least. First blood will be secured. It'll be 0-1 for, oh, come on, Sir Greaves-a-Lot. You can at least give it that one over, but Sir Greaves-a-Lot got to secure it just to be safe, and then we'll go 1-for-1.
Hey, Sir Greaves-a-Lot needs to get some early momentum in this matchup, as he did get that nice little drive-by snowball here. Couldn't save his mid laner's life, but he could at least get 400 gold out of it. So that means, sorry, 300 gold out of it here. As you could look at the state of the map in the state of each other's jungles, right? Neither the Krugs nor the Raptors were taken from either side here, and this will probably indicate, as we're seeing Lee Sin come off the recall, is going to be able to go back into his top side and kind of farm away, and Nunu will do the same. A lot of mirror matches right now in the early game for the junglers, which should help these players track where is the danger.
Yeah, especially important for Sir Greaves-a-Lot to get those camps off the map, because sure, you can go for all those psycho plays, but if you leave those early camps, they're going to stay level 1, and you're going to start to fall behind on XP if you don't look to take them. And now Sir Greaves-a-Lot looking to pick those on up, and I'm curious to see, does he just head a bot lane? Possibly. He's got a snowball charged up. Now, look at the curve. I'm not sure he's looking for it. He's looking. They find the dredge line, find the root, find the knockup, find the damage. Flash comes out at Big Wimbo. Nowhere for him to run. Tries to get the 1-for-1 at least. And so the ignite's going to be enough. He's still alive some way, somehow. But down he goes over to Sir Greaves-a-Lot. And now Rosehawk, with no one to jump onto, no friends in his vicinity, will follow suit and go down.
Yeah, Big Wimbo is currently a Pinata. Kill them, and you get a free another kill off of it, because there's no way that the Yumi is able to get out. And man, Sir Greaves-a-Lot's got like the Tokyo Drift move maneuver there. I would have never made that snowball, but gets the gank down. And like we said, if you just have that that shallow vision right there in the river that we can see from the side of Icy Blue, that's too late.
Whew, delirious right there. Just barely being able to get out of the haymaker. They're almost going down, but had the shield. He's not going to go down this yet. But yeah, it must feel so nice for Sir Greaves-a-Lot, right? Because every single one of these lanes has that CC setup available for you to pretty much confirm that you're going to find the snowball. Really, mid lane is that only lane where if Halachu holds on to the Tradeful Trickster, then you won't have to worry about it. But top lane, delirious to just throw prices over the shoulder. Bot lane, we saw it, right? Plague Doc just hits one quick dredge line, followed up with the root, and it's all over.
And that's where we start having to look at like itemization choices of the fact that most of Ithaca can't actually really build into Merc Treads and a lot of tenacity, right? Like Fizz as well as Zeri both kind of need to go their independent boots of, you know, whether it be Sork Shoes or the Berserker Greaves. It's really only the top side of the map that can kind of build into tenacity. So the CC here that we're about to see is incredibly important along the way.
Yeah, both junglers had the same idea. Stormgator with a nice dash though, but look at the Tokyo Drift coming around the side, and Big Wimbo goes down, but yet again, Turtle Wax gonna pick that one up. At least Rosehawk is able to dash onto Stormgator's shoulder, but my God, Sir Greaves-a-Lot, more like Sir Drifts-a-Lot, man.
Incredibly strong play here early on. I will say I feel bad for Big Wimbo. If this was a solo queue match, I would be missing pinging my jungler and my support for not eating that snowball here, because it is Big Wimbo on the Zeri that's the scaling threat, right? This is the scary Zeri, 3 items will carry sort of game here. But if you're 0-2 and about to lose out on some tower plating as well, it's gonna be a lot harder to do that carrying.
It is. I'll let you. If the Trickster get on out of the cage there. Stormgator, the regang here, getting a little bit of damage, but Garblepeel says no, you're not gonna find anything there. Both of these junglers looking for that level 6, not quite there just yet as Crisis. Gonna look for a little bit of a trade here with the Haymaker, but not really gonna find too much.
Just little trades back and forth here. You see the call picked up by Delirious.
Uh-oh, here he comes. Sir Greaselot's coming. He's got the snowball prepped. Delirious won't find the slow, but Crisis did not make the move. Finds the knockup, has the ulti, though Showstopper to get back to the turret. Has to burn Flash as well. And honestly, if you're Sir Greaselot, you take those.
And if you're Crisis, you take those too. You're like, hey, listen, I made it out alive. I'm not giving any more Darksteel stacks over. But off of that is going to be the Drake getting started up.
Yeah, as Dragon is going to get picked up. Yeah, the percentage max healing dropped down by a couple of points here on that Ocean Dragon, making it a little bit less appealing, but now they're looking for the gank in the mid lane. They do go ahead and find the ulti. Dash on top of him. A nice kick there from Stormgator as well. Garblepeel, though, is going to hit that delete button, but it's not going to be enough. And so the kill will be picked up by Stormgator.
More stacking is required to unlock this feature, as the Primordial Burst doesn't get just close, but not enough. We're gonna have to see what itemization play that Garble chooses, because right now it could be a little bit of anything. Does look like he's going towards that Roa. I like to get the Catalyst early on, but you know, each their own there, as we're just gonna have more of a fist fight in the top lane.
Oh yeah, throwing him over the shoulder nicely to dodge out the damage from the Haymaker, and now hit him with the 1-2 meat grinder, and Crisis is gone.
Really well played there from Delirious to be able to get away from a lot of that true damage just by simply tossing him behind him. Great play here.
Oh my god. Oh,
I've seen this before.
The hook goes long, but you got baited in thinking you could take this fight. They find the knockup. Absolute Zero is ready as well. It gets charged up. It gets blown up, and goodbye. Good night, Big Wimbo. This bot lane is unplayable right now.
It is all because of this jungle pressure. I mean, when you can gank from your red buff in the bot lane, that's a pretty scary prospect here. And Turtle Axe, as well as Plague Doc, can be able to cash in on this. Sivir's felt alright. Sivir's still a great champion, but definitely is one that hasn't been able to abuse these IE changes that we kind of talked about before. They are going to get exhausted.
Yeah, Hellichu is here though as well. Has the ulti available, finds it on the Plague Doc. Ignite comes out. And in typical support fashion, he will give his life for Turtle Axe to escape.
Yeah, given he didn't have much of a choice there.
Yeah. Oh my god, the damage from the snowball is just so oppressive. Showstopper, but in the wrong direction. And Delirious picks that up while Sir Greaselot just walks away. Herald now. The crash find as well. That's gonna be some more plates going on over. Sir Greaselot looking to see whether or not he can find some of the camps. Oh, gotcha. Like some of our feeds are not working at the moment, so it's all good. Hex flashing over the wall possibly, but Big Wimbo, maybe they've learned, you know, fourth life is the charm, and they've realized now that it's not safe to move past the halfway mark of the lane.
Yeah, I've made it back, and I can only agree with you at this point with a 4-0 Nunu, who is going full AP, by the way. That is a Hextech alternator in the pocket here. And they had a Ruby Crystal earlier on, so it felt like a Demonic Embrace moment, but now...
Yep. Lightning Crash does come down. Those Stormgators here has the kick available. Plague Doc will do in typical Plague Doc fashion, holding the line, trying to step in front of the ult, but it's not actually going to find Turtle Wax, so he should be okay. We'll have that spell shield available, but now it's stuck under the turret. It's going to be a 4-on-1, but there's no one there to back up Halachu. He's incredibly low, and he's going to get fouled. Kick away, and oh my god, you just gave 2 more. Oh no, come on, Sir Griefsalot. Leave him alone. It didn't work out in their favor. That's going to be 2 more kills on over to Sir Griefsalot. He has a fully stacked seal. He's 6-0. The play didn't quite work out.
No, the play did not work out at all there. You can see the setup, but hey, maybe we forgot that the tower's ramping damage, right? So when he uses that playful trickster there from Halachu, it just starts stacking up higher and higher directly onto Big Wimbo, and it just makes the total dive turn into a bit of a failure, sadly, here, as Crisis continues to try to do all right up here on the top side.
Yeah, Crisis in holding his own well as possible. Not the biggest farm discrepancy coming through. It's understandably so, right? With people like Sir Griefsalot here rudely interrupting the isolated one-on-one trades that have been coming through, as now Delirious is somewhat low, but when you're Crisis, you gotta ask yourself, is there a snowball waiting to just roll up from the river? Can I really go for this fight? And he's gonna opt to say no for now, but he's gonna ask Halachu to come on over. Delirious still waiting in the bush. Now they know Halachu is there, and he has to make a great escape. He's dipping. Crisis gonna pop the Q there for a little bit of movement speed, but instead he's gonna derelict Halachu. Just head on over and look for the pick. It's pretty fast. You also see Stormgator rotating on over. They should be able to find him, but Delirious is going to try and look to take at least one member with him, trying to get some damage out, but with the Playful Trickster, it's all good.
Yeah, that was a moment of like, can 2 legs be faster than 8? Who will ever know? But Delirious did try to turn it around. This Big Wimbo continues to try to exist on this bottom side, but no, not again.
Ooh, look at that. He is his, nice flash kick coming through. Fall with the Sonic Wave. A lot of damage does come through, but not quite going enough. Flash from Sir Griefsalot, gonna make sure that he stays alive. Can we talk about how close he just cut that snowball to the wall? Though that's impressive. That's like, you've been practicing.
But who practices that? Apparently Sir Griefsalot here. Also had that rocket belt, which you're not used to seeing the Nunu dash. Like, everything's cool until Nunu starts dashing around the map here and gets him out of that and keeps the 6-0 intact here. Hasn't even finished up the jungle pet yet. Once he gets that passive move speed in the bushes or after killing a monster, it's gonna get super scary because he's gonna make it across the map quicker than like old Udyr.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, honestly, he probably didn't even have to worry about the smite pet as much. Obviously, you want that movement speed, but you know, smite wise, that Nunu Q, that chomp, man, there's gonna reach a point where it's just going to equal the smite, and it's just gonna feel great as Crisis here in the last stand, trying to make sure his turret doesn't fall, but down it goes. Haymaker not quite gonna find the true damage. Crisis is gonna have to flash on over the wall. Sir Griefsalot is in the pit, starting up that Herald. He's not gonna come to assist, but that is gonna be a Herald, most likely confirmed for Sunny.
No real way to kind of fight it up here on the top side. Like you were saying, Delirious is probably not far out and ahead, able to get that tower down, has the Black Cleaver, and with the little armor that has been built on Crisis, it's taken it down to, you know, true damage fashion here. And for the side of Ithaca, it's looking a little dreary. 4K gold difference at the moment. Really looking to try to stabilize at least the bottom lane here. Has been able to keep on par in terms of XP as well as CS as Big Wimbo made their way out of what was a really rough early game.
Yeah, Big Wimbo been doing a great job of just mitigating any more losses that could come through. You might also say Sir Griefsalot has just directed his attention elsewhere, but you can see Big Wimbo learned his lesson. He is not stepping any farther forward than the halfway mark here, as Stun is going to find Halachu. They're not going to be able to get anything in this mid lane. Bravo is going to go ahead and stay safe. Now, somewhat of a more lull period here. No objectives going to be up and available at the moment here. Drags are equal as well, but that Herald is still awaiting deployment.
Awaiting deployment. It does feel like at the moment this game is all hinged around Sir Griefsalot. He's a benevolent god and is left bot lane alone for a minute, but it looks as though he is looking towards the mid lane as the snowball is once again on the rift.
Yep, it is, and it's looking to find its mark in the mid lane there. They find the knockup on Stormgator, able to dash away, but the primordial burst just does too much damage. Absolute Zero going to be flashed away by Halachu, but Delirious is here. They've cornered the fish. We're having sushi for dinner possibly, but no, Halachu able to use the Playful Trickster to dodge the ulti coming out.
Yeah, and that was a scary moment here that Lee Sin just got 100 to 0'd by Nunu here. Full AP, 12 stacks on the Magi's. Words I didn't think I would say in competitive League of Legends, but here we are. And Ithaca is continuing to try to play from this deficit. They luckily picked up that first Drake, so it does offset the soul. Try to buy more time for Big Wimbo, who's now on that shield bow. Needs the IE to really be online, and then some playful, like, kind of kiting around this unstoppable force that is Sir Griefs a lot to try to find something.
Speaking of unstoppable forces, they have not been able to stop the Herald from crashing in. Oh my god, they're gonna find Crisis here. Pops the Haymaker. Is it gonna be enough? No, because Carvel says goodbye, good night, down you go. You on the bot lane here. Rosehawk gonna be taken out. Big Wimbo can do nothing but watch, trying to go for some trades, but get found with the dredge line. Shield bow procs, flash forward from Turtle Wax, but the turret will still seal his fate.
Hey, we take those. Big Wimbo able to find one on the backside, we'll say. Stormgator's gonna go for something here. Plague Doctor's gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, calling out for assistance, and the snowball is coming. Just gotta stay alive a little bit longer. Flashes forward, and he can just walk away. Whoa, able to step away from the kick there. That could have been detrimental. Doesn't find a Sonic Wave, and nothing is working out for Stormgator. So unfortunate. Down he goes.
That was a real quicksand moment where it's like one thing goes wrong and then the next and then the next here. As this all happens right before that Drake. Like we said, Ithaca able to take the first one, which will offset the soul point here for Sunni. But this is kind of all theirs at the moment. The world is their oyster, and they're continuing to pick up pearls left and right.
Absolutely. Speaking of this Mountain Pearl now, as they go ahead, secure it. That's 2 drags on form. Like you mentioned before, that initial dragon that Ithaca was able to take will offset the soul by an extra 5 minutes. But regardless, it's only going to get worse from here on out, Rector. I'd have to imagine. Obviously mentioning, Big Wimbo is that only real scaling potential. And honestly, Sunni's done a great job of, for the most part, neutralizing.
Yeah, the other good news is because it is a Mountain Rift, that's like a mini nerf to Sir Griefs a lot with the extra sort of like blockades in there, like anti-snowball zones here. Because like he could turn on a dime, but I don't know about like on a penny. Is that smaller? I think a dime is smaller.
No, I think dime is the smallest, I think. Unfortunate.
Well, you don't look to us for monetary advice, thank God. Plague Doc.
I can give some advice over to Big Wimbo. Don't step in the dredge line as it does connect. TP was coming through, but it got canceled by Crisis there, so he's not going to be there to support, but none is needed. As, oh man, Sir Griefs a lot. Up in Stormgator's jungle, just clearing it out as Big Wimbo finally getting a chance to step forward past the halfway mark. The play clear just too much. Meanwhile, the snowball is gonna find the knockup there. Halachu gonna go gold, but Stormgator can do nothing but watch. Playful tricks it, but the flash chomp from Sir Griefs a lot is gonna secure the kill.
Yeah, it's just kind of painful now for Ithaca. Anything gets sidestep.
I mean, it's not gonna be enough. There's 4 members there. They know they're dead. Rosehawk trying his damnedest to get away, but to no avail. Down the bot lane it goes, and everything is just looking bad right now for Ithaca Blue.
It is a rather rough spot, and the question just kind of becomes, is we are past the 20-minute mark, is when does Sunni pull the trigger on grabbing that Baron? Looking to take down another tier 2 here, just...
That's the route here on Stormgator. Looked for the kick. No one there to really follow up. It just meant very little, as Plague Doc is going to go ahead and pick up that kill with the Ignite there. Down he goes, and they're going to utilize that to grab this tier 2 as well. Crack the map even wider open, and right, I gotta ask, is this looking more like of an angle that we just need to look towards game number 2, see what to improve, as Hold Up the Fight is going to go ahead and break out. As they are going to go 1 for 1. They find the pick onto Plague Doc there. Another kill in Big Wimbo's pockets. Oh, no. Oh, flash forward. Oh, my God. They decimate Big Wimbo. Right when things were working out for him, it doesn't. As Turtle Wax will go 1 for 1 there. Got a little greasy for Rose Hawk there. He pays the price.
Pays the price. They'll get a tier 3 in return. As now it might be Garbopeel's time to go to the other side.
Yeah, Stormgator found quite a bit of damage, but with the baby cage being dropped down, they can't look for more. Crisis stepping forward, charging up the Haymaker. Won't find true damage onto anyone, though, and so is going to have to fall back.
And Vigar lives another day here, as he does have that Roa almost completely stacked. About to get that free level, which will put him 3 levels over Halachu here, and that's why Vigar is so OP. I feel like the champion just finds XP from nowhere here, and you could just be playing even the whole game, but still somehow get this multi-level lead.
Is insane indeed. Yeah, is there... It's looking rough. Stormgator, I have to get out of there. Hurry, get those Raptors. Get them done. Okay, got the Raptors done. Baron is still up and available. I'm surprised that Suni hasn't just opted to start it up, because realistically, I think Ithaca Blue knows as well. They really... If they do contest it, they're going to lose a whole lot of members. There we go. Now they're going to go ahead, start this Baron up, look to just melt it down, and I don't think anyone from ICU can even come and try and contest it.
No, the best case is, you know, just Stormgator playing like the homie play and try to steal it and die in the process, and at least kind of stall tactic it. But they couldn't do that. So now they just play on 2 lanes. They play through mid and top for the side of Suning. They already have that bottom lane inhibitor opened up. Here is they're going to take some time to pick up this next Drake, would put them on soul point. But the game, more than likely, is no longer about the soul. It's just about this use of the Baron, crack open the base of Ithaca, and kind of just move towards the end game here.
It is Big Wimbo still looking, fishing for that second item here. It can be said Stormgator has 2, looking to pick up that Lich Bane next, but it is just so impressive. On the flip side, Sir Grief's a lot. 3 items, 25 stacks, 25 pages in the book. Garble Peels as well. A lot of items coming through. They're going to try and find this pick onto Delirious here. He's going to look to hold his own. A lot of damage comes through. Huge Haymaker shield. Showstopper comes down as well. They will go 1 for 1, but at least they do pick up a kill.
That's what we take those. Any kill, any income here will be useful for the side of Ithaca and being able to push out these lanes, because that was the big split push threat from the side of Suning taken out. So they're really going to just have to play on 1 wave, which means Ithaca has a better chance of responding and repelling this assault, but maybe not that snowball.
I was about to say, it's coming, and it's coming in fast here. Oh my God, the death charge. Oh, what? What? Yo, Rosehawk just gets absolutely annihilated. Oh, there's nothing he can do as well. Gets taken out by Garble Peels, and I feel like right now that might just be the nail in the coffin there. First inhibitor is going to fall. Second one's going down as well. Charging up on yet another snowball. They find the hook, find the knockup, find the damage, find the kill. And they're looking to find the Nexus turret now as well. It's up to Stormgator and Big Wimbo to hold this thing off. But the Sub-Zero finds yet another kill. And Stormgator's out for the count. So is Big Wimbo. A triple kill. And Sir Griefsalot will stay deathless. 13-0. As Suni are going to go ahead and grab game number 1 in commanding fashion.
Commanding fashion indeed here. And everybody in Twitch chat was talking about Delirious, and nobody said a word about Sir Griefsalot. I don't know why, because frankly, from like a drafting position, if the man just went 13-0 on Nunu, what do you ban?
Listen, Delirious walked so that Sir Griefsalot could run and pull the snowball. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say. We gotta keep the people happy. But yeah, Sir Griefsalot, man. I mean, does this warrant a Nunu ban, or is this more of like we need to be a little more aware of the Nunu early on, right? Because Nunu not something you usually spend a ban on, but Sir Griefsalot, he's got me thinking about it. I'm not gonna lie to you, Regdor.
This is in the best of 3 where you have to ask the question of, did we play incorrectly to our comp, or was the champion an issue? And I think a bit more of it maybe we didn't play to our comp as great. Like we talked about shallow vision versus deep vision against a long range ganking jungler like Nunu, like Rek'Sai, or even Lee Sin in some regard, who can come from those atypical angles. Is one piece to it. The other one is you have to recognize, why did they pick Nunu? In this case, you picked Zeri Lulu in the first two here, and they got to respond on B2, B3 with a Nunu, saying you have a champion that's semi-immobile, has to be near a wall, and needs time to scale. And Nunu plays great into that, because it says we can just Tokyo drift on in with the dredge line plus the snowball, get early kills, set the carry behind, and now I don't have to worry when I've put them down 2 or 3 kills. I can look elsewhere on the map. So I would say, if you're an Ithaca fan, not all hope is lost. It's about mental reset now, and play towards your comp's identity, and play towards what Suning wants to do now that you've got to feel them out in game number 1.
Absolutely. Could have said it better myself, hopefully. Ithaca Blue would take that to heart. Just go to just a quick break as these teams get ready to get into draft for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. We'll be right back.
Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that gator into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen,
about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Recto, let's get right back into this thing. This best of 3 series is not over just yet. You cannot count ICU out because their backs might be up against the wall. But if they can win 2 more games back to back, they'll be picking up their first win of this split.
Hey, and we still got believers all around, right? There's some clear, evident things that they can change up, like we talked about, just simply early warning, understanding your compositional power and where that lies, and kind of playing to it and playing against the enemy's weaknesses. We saw a bit of that in the mid lane there early on against Garble, where there was chances to kind of, sneak 1 or 2 in on the scaling mid lane pick. We'll definitely have to see, as they did choose same sides, right? Sunni will be on blue and Icy Blue still on the red side. So hopefully maybe some changes in the draft here, as we'll get into the draft here soon to see what is going to happen. And here it is.
Yep, let's get right to it. And like you mentioned, right, with them staying on that side, we got to see that somewhat pay dividends in game number 1, right, with the Fizz counter pick that came out. It did make surviving that mid lane a lot easier, but unfortunately, the other lanes just really suffered, especially that Yuumi Zeri lane. Sunni just did a great job of taking advantage of that to the fullest extent. But regardless, I would have to imagine that Sunni's bans are probably just going to be running it back. There was no real contender on the side of Icy Blue when it comes to champs, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, I think you just, never mind. Well, Nunu's gone here, and that is going to open up some things, though, right? Because in game number 1, it was the Rakan, Twitch, and GP. Looks as though they're going to drop that Rakan ban to get the Nunu out. And, well, at least the run back is starting here on the top side with Delirious on the Urgot again.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I'm not too mad about that, because I mean, if you are a Crisis, it really was just you didn't get to be in that isolation, because you touched on it quite a bit right there, right? That you wanted to see that isolation coming out so that Crisis can show us what he's got. But unfortunately, Sir Griefs a lot just had other plans, and he was like, no, I'm coming top level 2. No, I'm coming top level 3. No, I'm coming top level 4, over and over and over and over. And I feel like that's why we didn't get to see Crisis, show everything that he's got. This time around, though, Sir Griefs a lot will not be on that Nunu as it was banned out, but he's grabbing the Hecarim.
Yeah, the Hecarim and all of its blue beauty here, as the splash art has been updated. And there's another champion that's similar in the fact that, different in the fact that he does want a full clear. You're not going to have these level 2, or shouldn't have these level 2 ganks. You should see some more stability for those, first 2.5 minutes, 310. A roundabout here, and just get to that level 6, get the Onslaught of Shadows ready and prepared, and then look to start ganking lanes. While on the opposite side, Olaf being brought in with the Annie alongside it.
It was. Also, that Fizz ban coming out with that Annie being locked in was a bit of a potential flex, so they just wanted to, off table there. And honestly, the Fizz was kind of that main point that really was, Playful Trickster allowing side of Icy Blue to try and set up some kind of a play here and there. Not working out at the end of the day, but regardless, these ADCs being locked in, Lucian's picked up, Rivers being out. Oh, okay. Possible Melio angle here? I would be very shocked to see that get picked up.
Yeah, I'm not sure on whether or not NECC says the same as most leagues for new champs, and hey, you gotta hold off. But Emilio would be a wonderful thing to see, but sadly it's going to be the Rakan instead. And Lucian Nami locked in here for the side of Icy Blue.
Okay, you know what? I like that. Because game number 1, it feels like they kind of realize, damn, we got to put some hurt on these guys in this bot lane, right? What better chance to do it than the Lucian Nami get some priority early on, especially with them seeing that Hecarim being picked up, right? Obviously, like you mentioned, Hecarim wants to more power clear his way on through the rift. We're not going to see, well, I would have to assume with Sir Griefs a lot, you never really know. So I'm going to just say I would assume that we're not going to see some crazy early on ganks coming out from him. You never know. Maybe that's exactly what they want you to think. But regardless, I like this adaptation coming through.
Yeah, if nothing else, Sir Griefs a lot, he has that X factor of you got to keep him guessing in the works here. But my concern is Lucian Nami became very prevalent during an Enchanter meta, and is something that as the engage tanks came back into the fold, it started losing a lot more, right? Because there was great counterplay to say, we'll lock you down and we'll match that Veracity levels 1 through 3. Now, Rakan, traditionally seen as like a Warden, as that mixture between an Enchanter and an Engage, has a lot of ways to disrupt the Lucian Nami trading patterns. And Sivir, while she is a scaling pick, does have the ability to put that hurt on early on if she's able to get those boomerangs as well as that Q in. So it's going to have the capability to be matched, but Plague Doc has a lot more in the tank on roams and an engage than the Nami does. A lot of this is put on the Lucian. So I do love the early aggression. We always love Lucian Nami, but there is a chance that this could go awry very quickly.
Also curious to see what they're going to opt to take as a keystone, right? We've seen a lot of this first strike Lucian coming out, but especially going into the Sivir, right, with that Boomerang Blade. There's a lot of opportunities here for Turtle Wax or Plague Doc to just look to instantly just shut down the first strike, make it fairly unviable for the first part of the game.
And you know, generally I think you still go with it. It's kind of like when Silas would take it in the mid lane, where, yeah, your keystone gets knocked off a lot of the times, but especially outside of the laning phase, or even those times that it does connect, that damage amp of what
when
I
it
believe
does.
is 8 or 9. Yeah, you know. Hey, listen, a wrong clock's only right twice a day, and Lucian only needs that one first strike proc at level 6 to take you from 100 to 0. Because that spell shield on Sivir is only going to be one instance of damage. So, a lot of goodness to be had here, and a lot of emphasis has to be played to this bottom lane for Icy Blue. And that's the other half of this, is you have Olaf. Not the greatest ganking jungler in the world. Definitely likes lanes with setup and usually is hard pressed to have an enchanter beside them to help enable movement speed, help enable that chase down to keep that Ragnarok active. And while Annie has seen some of that, I don't believe we're going to get a full enchanter Annie mid. So a little bit of pieces that kind of have to be strung together here for Icy Blue to see some more success in game number 2.
Definitely. I think one thing that we can be certain of, Regdor, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we get to see Icy Blue level 1 look to send and look to find something now. Annie now, obviously incredible, so much threat potential coming out level 1 now that you instantly get that stun, as well with the undertow from the Olaf, able to just run them down. I'd be very surprised if we don't see some kind of shenanigans looking to come out from Icy Blue.
Now, Echo, I know we're not literally in the same place, but we're in the same digital space. And can you smell something?
A tinge of something. I can't quite put my thing on it though.
It's called copium. You're copium right now because I know you hate the level 1 do nothing 5 points. But I think that they think that Icy Blue may just 5-point it out, even with the undertow, even with that level 1 stun. I just don't know if you want to introduce that volatility because there's always the opportunity that Sunni does the same thing that they did level 1, and that is stack a bush. And then if you hand over a double kill early on to a Hecarim and to an Urgot, name anybody on this team, it becomes very bad.
Well, you've crushed my dreams there. Right there. I'm still gonna keep huffing this copium over here, though. I got a whole bucket full of it. One thing I'm a little not disappointed. I'm just a little saddened to see is that they do end up relegating Crisis onto the Ornn, right? It kind of feels like it was more like, hey, listen, we just want you to neutralize Delirious, right? The Ornn in the lane. You don't really have to find anything huge. Just really go even, right? Get those ornaments. That's the main thing here as we are in the Rift Rector, which is possibly the final game of this series. So that point is going to have to wait because I might just be getting my wish possibly. Nah, they got spotted out, so they're not going to look for anything.
Yeah, you wanted that wish to happen so much.
I wanted that so bad.
Yeah, but it'll be nothing, sadly, here, as it will be just the regular laning assignments, nothing too crazy. It's important to note, we do have Sir Greaselot on the Phase Rush Hecarim. The man loves move speed. We found that out in game number 1, but this is a keystone that was kind of taking a back seat, even with to the W, that armor and MR here while in the process. It's still not a keystone that's used a lot because it does make him very, very burstable here. And if there's anybody who screams burst damage, it is Annie and Lucian. So we're going to be interested to see how this fares for Sir Grief's a lot, starting on the top side of the map.
Definitely. So both junglers opted start up top here. However, Stormgator has opted to start out with his Raptors there first. Doesn't need a leash on Crisis to get to lane early. Curious to see if both are moving down to this bot lane. Maybe we get to see some level 3, level 4 shenanigans. Fight for the bot lane continues. We saw it in game number 1. Sir Grief's a lot. Definitely got the longer end of the stick there, though, with the Nunu, with those snowballs coming in from those atypical angles. See if you can make the same thing happen with the Hecarim.
Yeah, I'll be really interested here for Stormgator in seeing, because already we notice is going from the Raptors onto the Krugs is going to red buff. Here's the third camp. So it's not a quick, like, 3 camp clear to get that level 3 and get down to the bot lane. This is a full clear, so as you can already tell, much slower than Sir Grief's a lot, getting both the leash as well as just the innate clear speed of this Hecarim. So they'll have the first move on the bottom side to try to take out Big Wimbo, who did not take the first strike, is utilizing that PTA.
Yeah, I think understandably so, right? Just so many opportunities for it to be shut down. A bit more of consistency coming out with that PTA when they start looking for these initial fights. But Sir Grief's a lot making his way on down, is finished with the Raptors, just finished his red buff as well. 1 camp left to go, while Stormgator, on the other hand, a bit slower on the clear here, only just now finished his, the wolves, excuse me, I was gonna call them dogs, I mean that works too. He is on his blue buff now, so a little bit of discrepancy in the time here.
Hey, listen, we don't condone fighting dogs. We'll fight wolves. We won't fight any dogs.
Sure.
But like you said, you can already look. Sir
no.
Griefsalot's got a chance to come on in here. Stormgator only half health and level 3 though.
Restraint and poise is shown though. Sir Grief's a lot. Has to be careful. Doesn't want to give anything over to Big Wimbo and Rosehawk if they were to try and move on over. Had that ghost available, but says no. I'm just gonna have my presence known. I'm going for the crab here. I'm gonna get the crab wrangler stack. Gotta get both crabs. I always say most important thing is the jungle, but now they're gonna look for the gank here. Flash comes out from Halachu though, and that is going to go ahead and keep him alive. And a bit of damage in return. Stormgator's here as well, and now I'm curious if we get to see a bit of a scuffle for this next crab. You can already see Garble on the move to lend his assistance, his proximity, and that is gonna allow Sir Grief's a lot to take the second crab.
I was about to say, Halachu just had the blue flash there, so sadly takes away any 2v2 there on the top side, because Garble always have that first move. And double crab stack over to the Hecarim. The greedy boy, like we said, wants to full clear, is going to get those Ionian boots and the Ear of the Goddess. So going that Manamune route, there was a build a while back that maybe we'll get to see again that was the Ravenous Hydra, the Manamune into Jock Show. You just have incredible tankiness as well as just a ton of ability haste there on those abilities. Feels like it's up Sir Griefsalot's alley, but we're gonna have to see.
Definitely so. Crisis, on the other hand, has been having definitely more of a vacation when it comes to his laning state comparison to game number 1, right? He does get to just sit back, chill. His first back was just, or his first purchase is where just double cloth armors there. He really just has to go even, right? Just get those ornaments as a bit of a trade does come through in the bot lane. Ignite did get dropped onto Plague Dog, but not enough damage there just yet.
Not enough damage, and really, like I said, the top side, super chill. Crisis, just hit some minions, man. Don't get tower dove. Congratulations. You have done your duty as the Ornn by just gaining XP along the way. Big Wimbo, though, getting a little low on mana. Gonna have to reset sometime soon. And this is another champion who's gonna feel some of the pains. Navori got a little bit of a nerf on this patch as well, and it has been the second item of choice for Lucian for a hot minute here.
Yeah, that reduction from those autos going down to around 12% instead, but now let's our laps on each other here. Undertow is gonna land. Ghost is still available. Not gonna be needed though, however. Bubble's not gonna find Turtle Lax there, and so all will be good, but already jungle not looking as gapped as it was in game number 1.
No, but it's important to remember that Sivir outscales Lucian, and Lucian needs to be ahead, get ahead on this curve to really do what they want to do for the side of Ithaca. So if they continue to find themselves down a little bit of CS and no kills in the lane, this is naturally going to favor the side of Suning. As Turtlewax steps up, maybe we'll get punished, but will not. As the first Drake's on the Rift, and only one jungler's near it right now, and that's Ithaca.
You gotta secure that crab first, though, man. Priorities, I'm telling you. Gotta get those crabs all day, every day. Stormgator, probably also looking to get that level 6 as soon as possible. Once that Ragnarok available, look to try and run some of these members of Suni down. It's gonna go for a back first, though. With this drag still up and available. He doesn't really have the power that he's looking for just yet. Wow. Sir Grief's a lot. Typical Hecarim fashion. Still going for that full clear, just making his way on down slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely. And I don't know if we can look at the gold here, but I mean, Big Wimbo still hasn't made a recall yet. It's kind of locked in this lane with just the Doran's Blade as well as a cookie, and it's gonna take time. Like, they have to get out of this lane. They have to go back. They have to spin this gold to have any effective power.
Oh, this steal. Coming out here from Sir Grief's a lot. They're going to look for some damage onto Stormgator. Doesn't have the ulti ready, though. Doing a lot of damage. However, Chaos Storm is hitting hard. Stormgator just barely survives. Halachu able to provide a shield for him. Has that stun available. Looking for that ability to come out. Drops the ward. Can't quite find it. There we go. Comes through. Tibber slapping on him, but got stunned by the gravity well. Not quite going to find it. Sir Grief's a lot. Gravel's just barely making it out with a sliver of HP.
Sliver of HP in a dream. They actually deny the level 6 from Stormgator. Not able to find a kill, but a lot burned from both sides. And ending up at a net neutral, which is not a bad place to be if you're Ithaca, who suffered a pretty hard loss in that first game. Very big difference in CS, in gold, all of those pieces in the early game. This one much more stable now that the bot lane's been able to get back and spin some gold. We're going to have to see as they do pick up a full Noon Quiver as well as that Crit Cloak here. It looks like we're going to get ourselves hopefully a scuffle around this first Drake. 8 minutes in, has not been taken yet.
It has not. Those junglers are around the area as well, finishing up their series right now. Herald is up and available now as well. Game 1, we got to see objective trade come through. Right, Ithaca Blue was able to pick up that initial drag as they saw Sir Grief's a lot up top, but this time around, both junglers have their eye on it. It's gonna be a mountain drag as well, so both teams are surely happy to take a bit of that extra armor, and it is gonna be Suni that looks to start it up. Waiting for Turtlewax to come on over. Pings are coming out. Eyes are on. They know it's been started up, and now the moves just have to come through. At the moment, Suni did have first move. Top lane's just some more farming. Little trade is still coming through here. This dragon is getting pretty low, and Stormgator knows he cannot go in without risking his life, and so instead they're going to have to forfeit that dragon over.
There hasn't been much that's actually happened in this game, but you can already see, what is that, a 13... Sorry, I can't do math. Yeah, that's a 13 camp or CS lead here as we're going to get an all-in down the bottom lane.
Tidal Wave looking to go in with their own response to the quickness gets dropped. Flash coming out here from Big Wimbo. Culling getting dropped as well. Which is not too much going to come out of it. However, can't say the same for Barwell here because the Ragnarok gets dropped. They find the stun, and First Blood goes on over to Stormgator. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Big Wimbo gets hit with the knockup, gets hit with the big damage as well, and Turtlewax will pick that up.
And 10 minutes in, and we just got the first 2 kills of the game here. And now Delirious has made himself down to the mid lane.
Rector, it's more than just 2 kills because the meat grinder is ready for Stormgator. Down he goes. Delirious was looking for more, but Blasco is going to make sure that Halachu is able to make it to safety.
And the bottom lane for the side of Ithaca has been broken. Turtlewax has the chance to cash in on not only a kill, but some plating along the way. And you can see how important Plague Doc is on this Rakan. Rakan that they had to ban out in the first rotation in game number 1 here, now coming into use.
Coming in forward, though. A lot of damage on Turtlewax here. A bit of a heal does come through. No flash available, though, for Big Wimbo. Needs to speed up to catch up to him. Roasthawk gonna use the last of his mana to give it to him. They find the Q, but just barely lacking the damage. One more shot should do it. Come on, okay. At the very least, they'll pick up Plague Doc.
They'll get one back there to even up the bottom lane as they'll get a chance to now pick up this wave. Probably be able to get at least a plate off of this in the meantime, as we saw Turtlebacks walk their way all the way back to the tier 2 just to make sure nothing too crazy happened. But also on the top side, also had that skirmish go through. A lot of summoners blown along the way. But Crisis, I gotta say, man's rock solid up here on the top side. He's got that Warden's Mail. He used his TP, and he is just vibing. Get this man a drink with a little umbrella.
Honestly, rock solid. He's not even playing Malphite, man. Doing a great job of, like we mentioned, just neutralizing Delirious, making sure he doesn't get too much of that lead. However, the same cannot be said here for the bot lane, because Big Wimbo is just throwing everything he's got, but down he goes. Gonna get picked up by Turtle Wax.
Sir Greaselot's already at 100 CS, by the way.
Jesus.
That's a lot. That is a hot bit of the money to be spent there, as he does have that Caulfield's Warhammer and the Serrated Dirt. More than likely going that Eclipse route, I've got to assume, here, as the lethality will continue to stack up on what is a mostly squishy team, right? Olaf does get a bit of tankiness from the itemization, but overall, you look at the bottom side between Lucian, Nami, and Annie, that's a lot of targets that cannot take a lot of damage in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. Storm Gator is going to go ahead and pick up that Stride Breaker. Going to make it ever so easier for him to start running down these targets here. Him and Big Wimbo, the only two with a kill on the board. Side of IC Blue. Need to look for more here. They were able to secure that Herald as well, so that is going to be extra gold influx for wherever Storm and Gator chooses. But only 1 minute left until these platings fall. They need to make that decision quick or hold on to it for a little bit longer here, as for a bit of a trade in the bot lane here. Tidal Wave does come out. A lot of damage on the Big Wimbo. Storm Gator is here though, and he finds something. Is the question. Finds the undertow onto one. Looks to pop the spell shield, but that's about all he's gonna get.
Unfortunate timing there, not able to follow up on it, and that key ultimate was used just a little under a minute until the Drake spawns, and that's a huge piece of the tool to be able to offset the onslaught of shadows, be able to stick on Sir Greaselot and kind of duke it out 1v1. Without that, you're just going to get kind of CC'd down and kind of taken out by what has been the unstoppable force of Suning thus far.
Storm Gator doing his best to make sure to clear out this bot side here. 30 seconds left for this dragon. I see Blue last time around was also able to grab themselves one. Let's see if they can do it here as well. Opted to give over that first drag, just didn't have the initial rotation necessary to get on top of it without risking their lives. This time around, I don't think they're going to be giving it over without a fight here. Ops is still chilling. I mean, Crisis just vibing it out, doing his thing, probably doing his taxes on the side, you know, living life, living good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just having the greatest time that you could think of here. But it will be Suning starting up this Drake, the side of Ithaca, not in a position to respond at the moment. Garble may be the target in the mid lane here as some sort of consolation, as, you know, Tibbers gonna do some damage, gonna beat up on the mid laner, who is now heading his way into the river. Could be seeing the old four-man bottom tactic here in a second.
Wimbo almost stepping forward there. Onslaught of Shadow does come through, and they find Rose Hawk. Pops the Tidal Wave to find anything, but that's all the point. Get nice play coming out here from Sir Griefs a lot, and that's also 2 drags on over to Suni.
Yeah, they've gotten every neutral objective. I think only 1 scuttle has gone over to the side of Ithaca, and you can see it in the CS stats. Sir Greaselot, even though he doesn't have a wave coming at the same time with these camp respawn timers, is somehow just keeping up with his top laner in CS this whole time and being the second highest in the game. And you can see how that translates into that level lead, as well as having that completed smite here at just 15 minutes.
Yeah, the smite on the Moon coming online as well. That is a dagger I see in his pocket, Regdor. So what is that mythic going to be?
You know, I originally thought it was going to be Eclipse. Now that he first itemed the Man Immune, I don't know. You know what would be fun for the memes? Prowler's Claw. I think Prowler's Claw on any champion.
Oh, okay.
Just, you want to use the active. Everybody's cool until Nunu dashes with a rocket belt. Everybody's cool until Hecarim dashes over you with a... Yeah, that would be just disgusting. But who knows what Sir Griefsalot has in his pocket? Because we did see some itemization changes in the middle of the last game, so maybe we'll get another one here.
Now, beauty of it, you never know what to expect. As now the Herald is gonna get dropped, and I expect this turret to fall. Puts his wave on through. A little bit of damage coming through, but they are gonna opt to back off. Get some damage on that tier 1. Have yet to make it fall. Have yet to lose their own. Though look at the speed coming through. Flash comes through. A nice tidal wave to keep Big Wimbo live. They are gonna be able to get out of that one. Huge clutch plays coming through from Rosehawk.
You can see the move speed from Ghost as well as the bush here. Fighting in lane is your friend. Fighting in the jungle will not be great.
It will not be as final. It looks like Crisis gets to see some action. Onto the Oranhorn, onto Delirious. Ult comes through. No, save him. No! 1-for-1. The meat grinder will still claim Crisis, but at least Stormgator is there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it was able to not get feared due to the Ragnarok, but could not save his top laner. That's a feels bad moment, but signs of life here, as it is now a 4K gold lead for the side of Suning, but Ithaca in a much better position than these last games. You already see mythic items coming through for a lot of these key members. Crisis will be up here in a few seconds, has to be finding himself close to somewhat near those ornaments at level 12 right now.
And so it's him, Big Wimbo, the only two who have yet to pick up their mythics here. Garble's got to be careful and run down here. Stun comes through, and there's just nothing for him to do. On the flip side, though, Big Wimbo finds a similar fate, dying to the hands of the Turtle Wax.
Turtle Wax having an amazing performance here. Almost has, or soon will have, that Phantom Dancer in tow and find themselves onto that Infinity Edge and just playing out the game extremely well. This time through the bottom lane, whereas we saw a lot more through the jungle in the last one. This time, Sir Griefsalot is, as you would say, a PvE kind of gamer here, with just 3 assists in the pocket.
Yeah, definitely so. Getting those objectives, a couple assists here and there, but mainly going that pacifist route. Not getting any blood on his hands. However, Herald, like, it is going to go ahead and be started up. Griefsalot is on his way on over. The Stormgator still in the base. It should be all but secured, I'd have to imagine. Not gonna look to fight for, but more importantly, right there, this next drag is up in 40 seconds. And if Suni grab this, they are on soul points. So surely Icy Blue is gonna look to contest.
I'm not so sure that they can, right? Turtle Wax is on 2 items, is 4 and 0, and is incredibly strong with a lot of things that complement it, right? With the fact that Garble can create space, but if they can get a pick right here as Halachu is looking.
He is looking indeed. He has found Plague Dog, but not enough damage just yet. Plague Dog is burning, but he will survive. Tibbers wasn't able to find and secure the kill. Unfortunately, that assassination attempt will fail. The tier 1 will fall. And resets coming through from the bot lane. And yeah, it's like you said, odds are they're not going to look to try and stop it. Stormgator, maybe he can look for something cheeky here. Maybe just run in, give his life for it. Pops the ulti, but you know, he wants kills. Dragon will be locked down though. He finds one. He will eat the dirt though. Down goes yet another member. And it's actually looking pretty damn good for ICU as they grab 3 and don't lose a single member.
That was a real W key moment where Stormgator just said, send it. Nothing's happening. Just go for it. And it turns out well as they're going to rotate up to the Baron. Maybe just take the Baron right here and now. Try to make the fast play.
Might just look for that. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and start it up. 3 members down. Let's get it going here. The damage, the DPS is not the highest in the department just yet, but it should be more than sufficient. Plague Dog not going to be able to step too far forward. Down the Baron goes, and obviously we can take those.
We take those. As you can see, the only thing that Sir Griefsalot could do, the only correct play was run up to this bottom side and get the wave as far away as they can. Even gets the Herald down, so maybe able to make this fast play and say, you're going to have to spend a lot of your Baron timer to try to get these waves synced back up.
Yep. Down that tier goes Stormgator. Not quite going to have the speed to run him down. Now they're gonna have
Nobody
to.
has the speed to run him down, unless it's also Sir Griefs-a-Lot on a second computer playing Nunu.
True that. True that. They are gonna go ahead and secure on that one. But yeah, now they're looking pretty in purple, pretty in pink, however you want to look at it. So now they need to start sieging it up. Still 2 tier 1s. Might even be no, actually all tier 1s are still up and available to be claimed. Get some gold from that. Open up this map. Allow ICU Blue to start moving around more.
Yeah, they have to utilize this Baron to help kind of clear up some of this gold lead. 3k, but there's 3 tier 1s all up. That is a lot of standing gold to be had. So I want to see them commit to one of these lanes. You still have Crisis vibing it out, has the Radiant Virtue upgraded there, and should be able to hand out another one here shortly. As it does look as though, yeah, Stormgator's going to get that upgraded Stride Breaker.
Well, let's see him put it to good use here as Crisis. Gonna call on the Ornhorn. Won't find Turtle Wax, but a bubble is gonna go ahead and find Plague Dog, and down he goes. First member off the board. Stormgator might just look for more, but with no one there to back him up, he's gonna go ahead and look to back off. But it's the little wins.
You know, I was just thinking, I don't know the upgraded name of Stride Breaker, and I just wanted to say, like, Leg Smasher. Feels like that's not even a color point. That's just a good moment, you know? As he is able to find another kill. 3-1. And yeah, this Ithaca has a lot more fight in him than in game number 1 here. But once again, all the kills in the world mean nothing if you're not taking towers, if you're not moving the game state forward. And that's what we need to see here, is that tier 1 in the mid lane. Man, it does not long for this world. That's just a pinata of gold waiting to be taken.
Definitely so. Like we said before, the bot lane here, as Garble is doing his damnedest to hold the line, but with Stormgator and Halachu here, not sure how long he could still hold it. Sir Griefs-a-Lot is on his way. They're going to drop the Chaos Storm. CC immunity, though, and that means that Stormgator is able to pick up the kill. They're Onslaught of Shadow, but a nice stun flash from Halachu. Now he's got to run, and Stormgator's got to make his way on over, but 2 more members are coming. The quickness does get popped. They find the charm, they find the damage, and they press the delete button. First member down. It's up to Stormgator in a 1v3. No Ragnarok available means you're getting knocked up and CC'd and then put in the dirt.
But the good news is they pulled a little switcheroo here. They get the tier 1 on the bottom side. Team rotates down to try to take out Stormgator, and they get the tier 1 in mid and take almost 2k off the gold difference in that amount of time. But Big Wimbo.
Possible big fumble there, but nope, they're able to flip the table around, possibly. Plague Doc just a bit too tanky for him. A nice tidal wave came through, but they're not quite able to capitalize on it, as the Turtle Wax was there too.
Yeah, not able to quite capitalize, but able to minimize the losses. This gold difference has shrunk here in just the past 2 minutes, but what's all important is that flash being burnt and heal on Big Wimbo with 30 seconds until the Drake. That puts a giant target on his back that says, free kill here.
Yeah. Listen, they gave up the first. They gave up the second. They gave up the third Drake right there. Surely they're not going to give this Drake over. Surely they are going to fight for it. They're in a much better position than they were last time around. And here we go. Full squad. Looking to send it in. Stormgator for the picks, but it was a trap. They were waiting in the bush, going in deep. Plague Doc gonna find the knock up here, and they're already finding 2 picks right off the bat. The return kill will come through here, and look at that. Stormgator's looking to go crazy. Gets the shutdown. Ornhorn gets dropped. Turtle Wax is free firing onto Halachu, and down he goes. A double kill in return. Crisis getting a little bit angry here as he's the last member standing. You got to complete the mission. And Delirious is looking to run him down. Finds the slow. Is unstoppable. Won't find the knock up. But Plague Doc says, let me handle it. And they're going to grab him as well. The ace coming through for Suni.
The ace and the soul. And that felt like the one fight. Like you said, you gave up the first, the second, and the third. You had to fight for the fourth, but they didn't have that vision control as the map's just looking a little dark for Ithaca here. And man, now the Ocean Soul on this team means that you are in a bit of trouble if you cannot burst them down. They have all the siege potential in the world with this soul on their side.
Absolutely so. Now the dreaded Elder Drag up at 5.5 minutes. And if the game isn't already over by then, that might be the final nail in the coffin here for Sunni. At the moment, still quite a number of turrets standing here for ICU, gonna allow them to have some areas to fall back to, but Sunni is gonna be eyeing and gunning for him, already moving their forces strategically, so they're gonna send Garble down to that bot lane, just keep on holding it while the rest of the squad splits up between the mid and the top lane, looking to take out those tier 2s.
Look to start pushing it. Was that tier 2 in the bot lane taken earlier from the side of Sunni when the Baron was taken? But, you know, we have that TP available on Garble here in the bottom lane.
He's running fast. He's CC immune. Question is, does Garble have the damage? And the answer is no. He gets put down like a dog. Form Gator looking to move on back into the mid lane. Sir Greaves-a-Lot was looking at the bushes like, do I take this? Never mind. I'm going home.
It's just gonna hit the reset there. Now they're on 3 items. Has that Spear of Shojin, an item I don't see built nearly enough, but that more movement speed right after utilizing abilities, as well as that more damage amp and ability haste, is just going to continue to feed that kind of chain burst out of Sir Greaves-a-Lot, who is, you know, level 15. Slowed down. No, he did not slow down a bit, but catch-up XP is quite an interesting talk to have here. Is 257 CS in their pocket.
I was about to say, man, it's never slow, and he's always going faster. The Charm gets hit onto Crisis, but Rosehawk, with another golden tidal wave, is going to make sure Crisis is able to get out of that one there. This Baron is up and available. Looking like they might move on to it. Turtle Wax is coming as well. DP is available for Garble, so he can come over if help is required here, but not have to go for it just yet.
Yeah, that's going to be the ultimate used there by Halachu, trying to get that pick on. Remains ever elusive with that grand entrance as an here.
Absolutely so here. Set up. Either team wants to make the first move just yet. Any team can find that initial pick for the Baron. Possibly be all deciding as well. But it's looking like so far ICU are going to force their way into the river here. They are on the Baron. Haven't looked to start it up just yet. And look to back off.
Really just playing the dance here right now.
Are indeed. Neither side wants to start it up just yet here. They are just going to go ahead and back off.
We're going to have to see, because right now it's just kind of state, which you want to say kind of favors the side of Ithaca with the option that is Crisis. But we haven't talked a lot about the Garble Peels on the Victor, 2 items strong, is a team fight menace as the game progresses, as well as that LDR now finished on Turtle Wax. Makes their 5v5 so strong.
Definitely does here. Here's when the next actually the next ornament has already come out. It was given to Halachu, that upgraded mask. I'm gonna be honest with you right now, I know none of the upgraded items. What are we naming? We have the leg already, so now we gotta give a creative name to the meta.
So Leandry's Anguish, Leandry's Torment. No, that was already an item name. We'll call it Leandry's Depression.
Leandry's Depression.
That's the best I've got on short notice.
I like it, dude. I like it. Leandry's Depression is given. So has Crisis given Halachu depression now? Is this the line?
I didn't think about that, but that's a good point. I feel like it's the opposite way, because if you get stuck on Ornn duty too much, then you just have depression. But so far, Crisis has been doing great. You know, has done the job of Ornn, that is be beefy frontline and give out ornaments, and they've made it to that point.
They have. I can't get over that. Leandry's Depression is actually good. But a couple more ornaments. Actually, only one ornament left to give out here. It is going to be the big Wimbo. Rosehawk has received one as well. Surely a medal of service for all of those tidal waves. But this next drag, possibly The all-deciding one, Rector. The Elder Dragon is up in 25. And ICU are first on the scene. Looking for some damage. Once again, a lot of damage coming out onto Plague Doc. The Tidal Wave is used as well. That's going to be a very big ability not available for this fight.
Yeah, and Plague Doc just always somehow survives. Maybe it's the Radiant Virtue, maybe it's just luck, but Delirious able to get that tier 3 on the top side. Lock on Crisis. Keep him there. Delirious is going to have access to that TP. Crisis as well. It's going to be a 5v5. The Elder will flip the game, I am sure, as it looks as though Ithaca will have the advantage at the moment. Has control over the river.
It's coin flip city. Population. Both of these teams, double TPs coming in. Dragon still being started up. Halachu there with the flash to escape. In a tricky spot. Sir griefs a lot. He's charging up his power. Hornhorn's getting dropped. And now Stormgator's looking to go in deep. Finds one. Looking for yet another. Ragnarok, he's going crazy with him. But he's going to get CZ'd up. They are going to lose Halachu, however. And Stormgator next up on the list. Delirious is able to pick him up as well. Big Wimbo barely able to escape. Now Crisis. He is so damn tanky. He's deep in there while Sir Griefs a lot is looking to run down Big Wimbo. He's running them off screen, but he's going to find him for the double kill. Crisis falls as well. And it seems that the coin landed on heads for Sunni.
Yeah, Sunni able to kind of turn that around. You could see that Stormgator gets into the back line, has the Ragnarok available, but doesn't get the auto attack to reset it. So then he's in no man's land. Takes down Turtle Wax, but then just gets jumped on by the rest of Sunni, who avenge their fallen ally. And it looks as though they might try to hold on to this Elder for just a little bit longer to try to get it on all 5 members here.
That's how you know your jungle's a real one right there. Holding on to that drag before Garble's up. Now they're going to go ahead and grab it. And that means that all 5 members of Sunni are going to be in possession of the Elder Drag. So now it's even more worrisome for ICU. They have to hold their base, but they also cannot afford to be caught out. You are going to get instantly just atomized.
And you can already see it. The answer to the game is you get Elder, you run to Baron, and you say, come and fight us. Oh, you don't want to? Then I'll take the free Baron. I won't reset, and I'll run right into your base with 2 game-ending buffs. And that's exactly has to be the game plan of Sunni. I mean, 309 CS, Sir Griefs a lot. Just go take out the big Turple Worm. Like, you don't need to farm anymore. Just go for it.
Yeah, come to Baron. You won't. You won't. So far, neither side is actually going to go to Baron here. The reset came through from Sir Griefs a lot. Looking to build into that final item here while Delirious will be up in that top lane looking to push. But now the collapse comes through. They're going to play it safe and have all members here at the Baron. And like you said, right, ICU realistically cannot look to fight this. If they value their lives, they will stay far, far away. Look to just push these waves as much as possible, trying to delay the siege to come through as the Baron is now secured. And Sir Grief's alive. he is zooming.
He has got the zoomies. No Yumi needed here. Is he looking for... No, he's looking for the wolves now. My man. Oh,
He's got to pad the CS numbers, man. It's all about the farm. He's got to grab as much as he can as the rest of Sunni's looking to grab this tier 3. Down it goes. Looking at an inhibitor. This is soon to fall as well. Down it goes. And there's nothing ICU can do. They have to wait out this Elder buff at the very least before they can look to take a fight. Second inhibitor is going to fall. Third inhibitor is next up on the list here for Sir Griefs a lot, who is sectioned off from the rest of the team. But with that Elder buff, they cannot try and collapse onto him. You can see Big Wimbo, just from those cannon minions, is taking so much damage, has to fall back. And the cannon minion is going to just be able to free fire. Halachu stepping far forward, gets a pick, goes gold, but where you going when it's over? That's going to be into the dirt. CC immunity, Stormgator going in deep, looking for a Hail Mary play, and he's going to find one, but down he goes. They lose Roadhog in the process. And Crisis, you've been chilling this whole game. It's time to get serious because your team's game is on the line, and there's just nothing that he can do. He's going to dance in the fountain, and with that, Sunni are going to grab the Nexus and grab game number 2, grabbing the win in this best of 3 series.
Sunni will move up to 3 and 4 in what is a rather convincing fashion there. the jungle in both games. Sir Grief's a lot, Grief's not a lot here, as he makes Nunu look competitively viable, and Hecarim go fast, very, very fast with over 300 CS.
Yeah, I think that the Nunu pick rates are going to skyrocket after this one. We might have to delete the VOD once this is over. I don't want to see more Nunu. That was nasty. And Hecarim was looking real flawless as well. It was nice to see though that this time around, ICU put up a much better showing, right? I think overall, it's like you mentioned, they need to understand the identity of their comp, and they did exactly that, and they looked a lot better. At the end of the day, wasn't quite enough. Very unfortunate. I do feel like they gave over one too many objectives. Maybe you see it differently, but one or two drags where they were just like, you gotta fight for those. You can't give it over.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it was the early game, just sort of like lack of ferocity from actually the side of Suning that kind of like set that up, right? Because nobody wanted to fight you. We've got Sivir plus Victor. We can just sit here and scale. You're not making us opt into volatility. And meanwhile, like we said, the aforementioned 300 plus CS on that Hecarim that just equaled success all around. But I'm sure that Ithaca can continue to bounce back. Again, we're still only in March. There's a lot of League of Legends left to be played for the year.
Yeah. Fortunately, IC Blue, this is not going to be the game where they pick up their first win, but plenty of games to go. And if they keep up what they showed us here today in game number 2, I'd say the future is looking bright. But we're not done yet, Regdor. There's still another best of 3 series to get going. Colorado College will be going up against Sacramento State Gold. We're not going to be the ones to cover it. We're going to throw it over to RMC and Orbital to take you guys through that final best of 3 after this short break. Thanks so much for watching the two of us, and let's keep the League of Legends action going. We'll be right back.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost
You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down.
And welcome, everyone. We are here ready to go with our final match of the day. Thank you so much for everyone who has stuck with us through thick and thin. I'm excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is a random minion caster, and we will be here. A lovely commentating, of course, from us, and hopefully at least. We will be casting Colorado College Varsity versus Sacramento State Gold, and that'll be in the Emergence Pacific Frontier Division as both teams are fighting for their spots. We are looking at two teams that have already qualified for playoffs, and tonight for the Emergence, we are taking a look at for Colorado College Varsity, titled Cheese Buff, Sun King Karna, Meeper, and Jorban on the roster.
Actually, I believe that's Sacramento State Gold's roster that we're actually looking at here.
That is also fair.
The reigning champions of the Emergence Pacific Frontier Division. So I believe that there's been a small mix-up. Tech today has not been working well. PowerPoint's been breaking on us. Orbital, we've been trying to install Windows Media Player, has not worked out. So the names on your screen are Sacramento State Gold. And then this is actually Colorado College Varsity here. The challengers, as it were, they're new to the NECC. We've got Cinnamon Swirl in the top lane, Kiko Buff in the jungle, Chow Dog in the mid lane, Mad Mastiff, previously known as Sky Venada there as AD carry, and Luan as support.
Yeah, and I'm very excited. Again, both these teams, yes, they're in Emergence, but we are looking at two teams that have already qualified for playoffs. As we only have 2 weeks left in the regular season, this week and next, we are looking at teams to really start fighting for placement. That's what we're really looking for. And as we get underway, we can already see the draft is done, and RMC, we got a little bit of spice. I have not seen Sejuani top in quite a few patches, I gotta say.
Okay, I've still been seeing Sejuani top, so it's not quite a shock to me. In the amateur scene, semi-pro scene in North America right now, it is still kind of up there. Though we don't quite see it in pro as much, so you're right. But Orbital, we're talking spicy. I'm looking at the side here of Sacramento State Gold, and, you know, Sac State's got Pantheon in the top lane. Now that, to me, is a lot spicier. And we should clarify, blue side is Sac State Gold for this game 1, Colorado College Varsity on the red side. And for Sac State Gold, Orbital, let's talk a little bit about who we're seeing here, because Sun King Karna, if you're familiar with the league, is actually their AD carry, and Meeper was their AD carry. Meeper and Jorban are actually the winning bot lane from last split. This is the championship bot lane here who have come back in, and so Sun King Karna in the mid lane right now, covering for Arnak, who couldn't join them tonight.
Yeah, and on the other side, I mean, we're taking a look, right, with the subs for Sac State. Colorado are coming in with their full roster, but they're not reigning champions. No, instead, they are actually coming into the NECC fresh. A team of coming in here, they were trying to get a team together, but unfortunately only got everyone together at the tail end of the year. So this is their first split fighting, and honestly, they've done quite well for themselves.
They have. And if we talk about Colorado College's draft right here, it's really incredibly standard, even with that Sejuani in the top side. Sure, in the lane, it's probably not the most common thing you're used to seeing, but it is a tanky unit. Sejuani does % health, and most importantly, she excels into melee champions. She's able to stun them, engage, disengage on her terms, and more importantly, scale up. And then you look at the rest of this composition here. Anytime I see a Jinx Orbital, I just think front to back comp, start to finish here. And what you need is you need a tanky front unit. That's your Sejuani. Then you need Pio, and that's your Thresh. That's your Syndra with the Scatter of the Weak, and Graves right here operates as sort of the bridge into that late game. Graves able to kind of force ganks on his own. Doesn't really need lane setup. He's just got so much damage. He's got such a quick clear as well that he doesn't fall behind. And the nice thing about Graves is his skilling isn't terribly bad either, considering how strong he is in the early game. He can act as that secondary AD carry for this competition.
And it's going to be nice to have, because honestly, with how many pick potentials there are on the side of Sac, I'm glad that they had 2 ADCs, because you take a look at the Ahri, you take a look at the Udyr, the Pantheon. This is a team composition that's not going to want to fight standard, right? They're not going to want to go run straight forward. They're going to want to look for that Jinx on the back line. They're going to want to look for that Syndra that's off on their own, maybe trying to clear a wave, maybe even the Thresh or the Graves that decides to get caught out. Having extra points for the sustained damage is going to be very nice. So I'm excited to see what the teams do get into. I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table as we already get into game number 1. Of course, if you are joining us here, this will be our final series here on the main stream. And I think for the rest of the night, I think the other series is currently going on over on the B stream. And so we're having a lot of fun with that one. And then next week will be the final week of play in the regular season. After that, it is playoffs. And I am so So excited for that as well. And again, as we were talking about, both these teams, I believe Colorado College is currently sitting at a 4-2 record, and then Sacramento State Gold are sitting at a 4-1 record. So extremely excited to see what they can do and to give us a slight taste of what playoffs might bring.
I thought we had two more weeks before playoffs. No,
Am I crazy?
7.
Is this
There's week 9 and then playoffs? Yeah.
is there week 9? Did I just completely botch it? Oh, I'm
think
gonna
there's a
love
week
myself
9.
for that one.
Pretty sure there's a week 9. You know, so
Oh, okay. So we have got one. Okay, thank you. We have our lovely producer and observer. So on production tonight is Time to Light, and our producer is PETA. I have just got confirmation that I am correct. It is 8 weeks total of play, and then we do have a week break. So it'll be a little bit of time for the teams to regroup. So I am not wrong for once in my life.
there is still week 9 overall.
Wait, really? Am I crazy?
That's
No,
what he's
no.
saying in our ears. There's week 9.
Wait, is that actually what I said? Okay, I just don't hear. Oh, all right. I'm
You know
so
what?
done with my
Forget
life.
about all
I'll-
that, bro.
I'll leave you.
Focus on now. We are in game
That
here.
is true,
We're
that is
still in
true.
week 7, and these teams are still playing for it. Like you said, they've confirmed playoffs, but they're still playing for seeding. And we touched on what Sac State's, or we touched on what Colorado College's composition wants to do. Let's talk about Sac State a little bit here, because they're the ones with a bit of an unusual composition with that Pantheon here. And similar to the Jinx, when I see the Sivir pick up from Reaper, I am thinking front to back as well. You do need that front line. Sivir also does a lot of AoE damage with those bouncing blades, as well as her ability to push up and the sort of ultimate just buffing her attack speed there. But when you look at what they have, Pantheon's not the absolute unit that a Sejuani would be. We are currently in a pause, which is fine. We can continue talking about the teams right now. And Cheese buff on this Udyr, again, great dad bod, but not necessarily the absolute unit we normally like to see from this comp. So when I'm looking at the Ahri and the Pantheon right now, you kind of mentioned it earlier, it's about the picks for this team. And Matt Mastiff doesn't have that front line here, so Colorado has to get a bit more creative. I think they're the ones who have to push the pace a little bit to make sure they don't find themselves in a late game front to back against Jinx with the Sejuani.
Yeah, at that point, you're just praying that, hey, the Rakan gets a great ulti off. If you end up in that, front to back, you're just like praying, please get everyone stunned up. Please get everyone charmed and knock everyone up. You'll be happy with that one. But of course, at this point, you are very much correct. The picks are going to be very big, and maybe we get to see that Pantheon roam as soon as level 6 hits. You rotate out, you start looking at other lanes. But safe to say, you're not going for the kill lane. We did see a teleport on that Pantheon. It is the Ignite teleport on the Sejuani, which is fair standard play. But with that from the skies, I'm excited to see if the Pantheon can bring the damage, can bring the pain. On the flip, though, I'm taking a look. I think we saw the start come out here. The map, a window scuttle spawn in at the end of their clear. That's the big question.
Probably Cheese buff, honestly. Right now, Graves is pretty strong, but if Udyr can get on top of him, it's very obnoxious, and he's tanky enough to actually rule out his Graves in the 1v1. The other thing to kind of note is the lanes as well. The fact that because Colorado Varsity right now have so much scaling on their side, Kiko buff doesn't get that much help in these early ganks in terms of damage, or heck, even in terms of setup, it can be a little bit complicated. Thresh has to land that hook. Chow Dog has to be able to land Scatter of the Week. Unfortunately, hook right there didn't land. Doesn't smell great things for all those ganks there. Whereas Cheese buff, it's so much easier, especially in that top lane for Tidal, where it's point and click, gank into the mid lane.
Good gank as well.
Wait.
You turn!
What?
And you didn't want to flash, so Sun King Karna getting taken off his throne, and what could have been an avoided death. That one feels kind of bad there, as first blood is given.
Yeah, but you know what? Hey, Sac State, you chose to do that. You chose to turn back around on Kiko. Just on a rampage, Jorban walking right into him.
And only level 2, right? Already used the knock-up, yeah, and there you go. It finally came off cooldown, so you are alive, but you could have prayed to save that flash. Now a hook comes out, though, and it does land. Not going to be any sort of Everfrost, but it's enough. You now draw a bit more damage out as Luan is going to walk away, and Kiko gets some great damage. All summoner spells expended on Meeper and Jorban.
Okay, my bad, Luan. I questioned her hooks, and landing it perfectly there, allowing Kiko to come back and burn the exhaust, the flashes, the ghost. Everything is expended from the Sac State Gold's bot side, and they've got to be careful for the re-gank. When I spoke to Colorado, they kind of mentioned that, hey, keep an eye on Kiko buff. He's really, really good, and we're starting to see why already, kind of forcing all of that to happen right now. Cheese Buff, on the other hand, hasn't had the opportunity to make the same impact. And I think the idea was they wanted Gank to get Tidal ahead because Tidal is massive in this top.
Oh, Tidal is having some fun here, as again the players are wondering how the heck they want to play this one out and still look for those opportunities. They've done quite well, and again we saw the early aggression coming out from both junglers, or at least from Kiko Buff. We're still waiting to see what Cheese Buff wants to do. As you said, leaning towards that top side, wants to try and get that CC down, but spotted on a ward, not allowed to do much else.
And Cinnamon here on the Sejuani doesn't actually really want to play weak side. You actually want to get kill threat on this Pantheon because you do have the ability to trade well into melee champions, but really well played to recognize, hey, I think Cheese Buff is in the area here. After you gank, got no way to go low econ. You always will.
Entitled now as we watch it seems to trying so hard. Jordan and Meeper, they're trying to call in a little bit of backup here. It's on our own problem. We are the ones that get caught out now. Titled in the top side saying, hey, I want some chances on my own as well. I'm gonna hide in a bush. I'm gonna go ahead and try and cheese it out here. And again, Pantheon, once it hit level 6, probably won't see this anymore.
Don't worry, Orbital. We actually see it coming out right now. I can't see any. Unfortunately, Windows player. I'm kidding. I have no. They are trying to fight fires in the back here, and we're just feeling some of the heat.
Yeah, they're trying their best, and again, we appreciate everyone that does try and run these productions. I mean, I personally, there's a reason I cast, because I know how to run my mouth. I don't know how to run anything else, and as you can see, I think I do quite well for myself in those situations. Though, again, with the early kills that we have seen, we've seen what is surprisingly something that feels like it shouldn't happen, right? A turnaround on the Ahri, giving up first blood, and then on the bot side, some good aggression coming out of Colorado. We see them taking those advantages, and Luon answering your call right there like, hey, listen, don't diss my hooks. Don't you dare. The thing is, though, we got to see a lot more of that, because you are correct. Luon did not look as potent in the early stages that we sometimes like to see a Thresh on, but instead landing it, only once so far. We want to see even more of that. We want to see that bot lane taken over.
I'm okay with it for now, Orbital, because as we mentioned, Colorado I think has the better team fighting team. So of course, ideally you want to take over, but if you don't, that's fine. They've got the skilling on their side here. Now Darius is better skill